Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the RTA for our City Council meeting. This morning, I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome Emily Hand. She is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag. Emily is a Richard King High School student.
Go Mustangs!
Yeah. Thank you. Mustangs. She's ranked number 2 in her class, and she is the treasurer of ASL Honor Society. Emily?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Great. Thank you, Emily. Yeah. Good luck. Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Oh my goodness, hold on. Everyone stand back up. We can't start without the prayer. I'm so sorry. Well, today our prayer will be led by our own team member, Andrew Demas, who is in Development Services.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. In the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
So, Lord, thank you for this day, for being here with us. Let us receive your blessing as we make decisions that are best for our city and our citizens. Let us always keep an open ear and an open heart to your word as it guides us forward. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Ms. Huerta, now would you call the roll?
I was on Councilmember Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Before we do the briefing, I just want to remind everyone, and that's why the majority here are wearing blue. And if you're not, I know we're TAMU CC supporters, but it's homecoming week for our Islanders. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Tomorrow, there's a basketball game at the Dugan Wellness Center from 7 to 8:30, and that is a student versus faculty staff, which is going to be fun. And then Thursday, they're going to have a women's basketball, the Islanders versus New Orleans Pirateers? I'm not sure what they're, New Orleans, and that's at the American Bank Center from 7 to 9 p.m. And Friday is, of course, Lighting of the Eye on campus. Saturday is a big homecoming block party on March the 2nd. It's a double header. We have the Islanders versus Southeastern Louisiana. That's the men's basketball, and then the women's basketball team are playing against Abilene Christian. And then Saturday, I think they close it out with an Islanders baseball game at Whataburger Field, and that's again against Abilene Christian. So just wanted to throw that out there. It is my alma mater, and so thank y'all for supporting. If you can go, please go and enjoy. It's going to be wonderful, and they love to have as many community members supporting as possible. Okay, Ms. Box, could you give us the security briefing, please?
All right, in the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to my right, the council's left, proceed towards the west stairwell down to the first floor, where you will exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. Secretary Huerta will account for all the council members, and I'll be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. During an emergency, please do not use the elevator. Please only return once the all clear has been given, and if we need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Box. And next, we will have our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and the community. Good morning. We do have 3 things to brief the council and the community on. I'm going to begin with a timely one, which is 2024 spring break operations. And so we know that spring break can last several weeks in Texas, especially here in Corpus Christi, depending on school district schedules. The city of Corpus Christi benchmarks our spring break to the CCISD calendar. And so our spring break coincides with their spring break. And so for us then, that means that spring break will run through March 7 through March 17th. And so March 7 is next Thursday. So it's sneaking up pretty fast. We have a good several weeks of spring break, but we're, as I mentioned, focused on this coming week. As we have done in previous years, city leadership and representatives from various agencies have already met. We met last week to make sure everybody is prepared and that we're coordinating with each other. And so those agencies include Visit Corpus Christi, the Downtown Management District, Nueces County, TxDOT, the Texas State Aquarium has joined us in recent years, and various departments that have a big role in making sure spring break goes well. That does include our police department, our fire department, our public works, our parks and rec department, as we prepare for the incoming visitors for spring break. So just to kind of run through some of our preparations and who's doing what, when we know about spring break is people want to go to the beach and the ocean, so let's start there. And so we've done a lot of preparing at the Gulf and the Bay beaches to include making sure the streets are clean as you approach the beach. We're sweeping streets. We're making sure traffic control is operable and working well. We do have improved services for spring break on our beaches. That does include lifeguards. And so we have 8 lifeguards for the spring break week. And park operations who do things like make sure people are staying in line and things are kept clean. Park operations will be extended both at the Gulf beaches as well as on North Beach and McGee Beach. And so we'll be working longer to make sure things are looking good and the visitor has a great experience. We do encourage visitors to observe and follow our flag system. We know we have a flag warning system that lets swimmers know about the currents and how strong the tides may be. Those flags are located on all Gulf Beach access roads as you approach the beach. And so we want to remind especially some that may be traveling from outside our city or region about these flags. And all lanes of emergency vehicles will be established on Gulf Beach and Zahn Road to New Pass Road in case we do have to make an emergency assist. The Packery Channel dredging and the Padre Island Nourishment Project are substantially complete, so visitors will have access for the first time to these great amenities now. We know the beach nourishment really expanded that beach. They were telling me that you can park 4 vehicles deep now and have fun there, where before you couldn't even drive a vehicle because the beach was too narrow, that section by the seawall. And the Packery Channel is almost done. I was down there a few weeks ago and it looked beautiful, and so anybody that's interested in fishing from there or boating, that is a tremendous asset that the city put in place many years ago, and we just restored it with the federal government's help and funding. So let's focus now on some of our departments. The police department, as they customarily do, will set up on the island command post to make sure we're quickly able to respond if there's something happening on the beach. So there'll be a command post that the police department will have. They'll be increasing their DWI patrols as well, and so we encourage people to have fun, but obey the laws and don't drink and drive. Make sure you have a designated driver or take an Uber. Our Corpus Christi Fire Department will have additional staff as well on the beach for patrol in case somebody needs assistance. Residents living in the in the island and Flower Bluff can expect delays in traffic. We know that with all the visitors that love to come to our beach, roads down there can get congested, so just be mindful of that. TxDOT has indicated, this is a good plus here for people that use the JFK Causeway and Bridge. TxDOT has indicated that all lanes will be open over the bridge, over the JFK Bridge. So construction personnel that are there, that's TxDOT that's doing the work, will be off the bridge. We'll have all lanes open during that spring break. We're grateful to TxDOT to provide other directional navigation ways in the Port Aransas side with the Port Aransas Ferry. And all ferries are working at full capacity, so people can go that way back north if they want to as well. It's a beautiful view, and you might see some dolphins as well in the water when you cross. So back up on shore here, our parks will be open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. across the entire city. There will be 2 swimming pools open in case the weather is nice and people can't make it to the beach. That does include Collier Pool and then the natatorium. Those will be open. And then the city does have four splash pads that we operate, and those will be open for spring break week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So children that are at home or families can go to the Bill Witt or Lindale or Salinas or West Haven Park and enjoy one of our splash pads during the week of spring break. And we do want to remind folks that our Cole Park, our very popular Cole Park playground, is under reconstruction. The demolition crews were out there last week, and so there'll be a $1 million playground installed soon, and it will complement the splash pad that'll be open there as well. And we'll be opening that soon, but in case somebody does want to go to a playground in the area, the playground at Water's Edge Park, just up the street on Shoreline Boulevard, is open, so families can go there if they're looking for a playground. And then we do have a dedicated webpage for patrons, both for Corpus Christians and others, and that is cctexas.com/spring break. And so you can go to that website to see other events that are taking place. There's other events that are happening during spring break. You can go there and get information on our beaches and on our parks and downtown activity as well. So, Mayor, that concludes this important overview on spring break, and we'll be here to answer any questions you might have on it before we move to the next item.
Councilman Hunter. Excuse me, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zanoni, you know me well enough to probably guess what I'm going to ask. AEP's been doing a lot of work out there, and have they been in communication with TxDOT and us on
Yes,
their
sir.
work schedule during?
Right, yeah, there's no planned maintenance work on the island. We know last year around the same time, they were doing some substantial upgrades to the facilities, especially at Park Road 22 and 361, and that work is complete. I did, coincidentally, Councilman, just get notice from AEP that there's going to be an outage in your neighborhood this week, and so I'll get you that information. It just came in. It's a planned short outage to replace a pole that has some substantial equipment on it, but I'll let you know.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'd like to point out, Peter, in his report regarding the play installation at Cole Park, that is going to include, it's going to be ADA accessible for all children. And that's a policy in case, some of us don't know that was instilled. We want to make sure that everything we install from here forward is inclusive of all children. So that will be installed, that will be a part of that play system. The other thing I want to do is just quickly thank TxDOT. The work that's being done on the JFK is extremely important. We need it, but any kind of road work we know is bittersweet. It's hard. It's especially when there's one way on and off the island. So as much as I know our residents very much appreciate it when there are certain big events like a marathon or the parade for Mardi Gras or spring break, what is the term? Demobilize. They demobilize, which means they have to take everything off of the bridge, right, so that we can have all lanes open. Well, that costs a lot of money. And to date, they are right under the $500,000 mark that they take care of. They pay for that because they're working with us and they know that there is a community that they have to work with. And that's very important to show that partnership consists of some things we never see. So I wanted to publicly thank them for doing that and continuing to work with us. Meanwhile, we get that road work, which is critical to be completed.
Right.
So with that said, we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay,
Right.
I got two more items real quick, Mayor. Yes, ma'am.
Right, you do, I'm sorry.
Is there any more questions on spring break?
Anything else?
Okay, great. We hope the weather's nice, and we'll be tracking the amount of vehicles going over the JFK
Right.
Bridge, and we'll let the council and community know. So last couple of years, we had some record-setting visitation of visitors based on vehicle trips, and so we're hoping for a good year. Based on Visit Corpus Christi's analysis of bookings, whether at a short-term rental or hotels, the bookings are up, and they have been up for many weeks and for the spring break timeframe. So hopefully the weather will hold, and we'll have a great spring break, as well as the visitors will have a great time here. We have some tremendous facilities for them to enjoy. So, Mayor, you mentioned the ADA accessibility at the Cole Park playground, and the city is all about making sure we make accommodations for all persons out there. We know that not everybody is the same, and so on that, our second item on the city manager report is about a library sensory room that the library department has installed at La Retama Library. Laura is going to do some talking. I'm going to do a quick introduction here on it. So we're pleased to announce that this Thursday we'll do the ribbon cutting, Thursday at 2 p.m. at La Retama. And the background is that in July last year, the Corpus Christi Library was awarded $75,000 from the Institute of Museum and Library Services through a competitive State Library Archives Commission grant program. And so we applied in a competition and received $75,000. The grant enabled the creation of a community sensory room at La Retama Library for children with special needs from the age of an infant all the way to 14. This is great. This is the first free public sensory room in the South Texas region, right here in Corpus Christi. So the sensory room offers areas with education and recreational opportunities for children and their families. That includes therapeutic equipment, such as soft play equipment, bubble tubes, and interactive wall panels to deliver an emerging sensory experience for individuals who need this type of experience. The library department will launch sensory programs and activities and presentation sessions designed for children and their caregivers in collaboration with this community sensory room. Laura is here, our library director who we know. She has led the project, and she's going to give an overview of the benefits and better explain what it is. We had a briefing at a recent executive team meeting where all the department heads and assistant directors heard Laura present about the sensory room, but it's quite unique, and we're proud that it's the first in the South Texas region. It's right here at our main library. So Laura, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, council members. Laura Garcia, Library Director. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, this Thursday at 2 p.m. we'll have the dedication of our sensory room at the La Retama Central Library. And as he mentioned, it is the first public sensory room in the South Texas region. So we're very excited about this project because we know it's going to have a very positive impact on the children of our community. Next slide, please. As is mentioned, it's a $75,000 grant that was received. And one of the things about this grant is that is the full amount that we were able to apply for. There were 6 other libraries in Texas that received that special projects grants as well. Our sensory room is going to have 13 state-of-the-art stations that are offering benefits such as enhancing gross motor skills, encouraging problem solving, visual stimulation, and mood regulation. Sensor-friendly activities and books, including Braille books and other resources, will also be available. We're also going to introduce a monthly speaker series in May, and this is in partnership with area professionals. These experts will present topics of interest to caregivers raising children who experience sensory processing challenges. And one of the things that I wanted to point out here is because we know we're not experts in this field, we are working with many partners in the area to help us through this project and to make it a positive experience. Next slide, please. So children on the autism spectrum and those with ADHD often experience sensory processing challenges. In our sensory room, children can learn to regulate their reactions and develop coping skills for situations where stimuli would typically cause an adverse reaction. And what you see here is some of the equipment that will be in the room, and it gives a little bit of a brief explanation as to how the equipment will help the child. Next slide, please. So families who have children with sensory processing challenges are often unable to attend family-oriented events. Our goal is to offer these families a safe, non-threatening environment to calm or stimulate their sensory-sensitive or sensory-seeking children. As we were developing this grant, one of the things that we learned from individuals in the community is that many families cannot go maybe to the circus, cannot go to other family-oriented activities because their children become overwhelmed. It's too much stimuli for them. So that's when they have meltdowns and so forth. So that's one of the things that we want to make our sensory rooms very relaxing, where the child can either receive stimulating or calming sensory activities. And so what you see here also is like the touch wall with Sensa soft panel. It'll be an interactive panel that children can use. You also see the barrel there. It will help with movement and other challenging activities that they'll do. Next slide, please. And so I'm open to any questions.
Any questions, council? Comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, this is wonderful. This is big news, and I think you said the first one in the region or in Texas?
In the region, and actually we think we might be the only one that actually has a dedicated room in Texas. There are others that are offering sensory-friendly activities or kits and so forth. We know that some of the ISDs in the area, such as Robstown, has a dedicated sensory room for their children because they understand that it helps with the process during the school day for the children that are overstimulated or understimulated. But we are considering ourselves the only one in the region that's open to the public. We know there's some, and free. That's the other thing about this, because there are some locations such as the aquarium and other locations that maybe set aside some time for individuals to go during those times, but of course they're not free.
Right. Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Laura. Thank you so much for all the work on this. It's a great news item.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. We'll see you Thursday at 2. The ribbon cutting is open to the public, so we encourage, we know it's on the mayor and council's calendars, but we encourage the public to attend as well. So, Mayor, the last thing here is just acknowledgement of an award. I think let me see if y'all can see it. And Mayor, you've talked about this before. We know that we compare ourselves to other cities in Texas, but we want to be trendsetters as well. And so the library sensory room is a great example of that, where we're being a trendsetter and providing this accommodation. We recently received an award for being a trendsetter as well. And this award was last Thursday. We received it from the Engineering Services Department, actually was the recipient, and it was the Project of the Year as selected by the American Society of Civil Engineers in the Corpus Christi region. So the American Society of Civil Engineers in a joint meeting and banquet award recognized the city of Corpus Christi in engineering for, they call it the Road Improvements Project, but it's also known as our mass selection project, process, that we use in the past 2 bond programs. And so in bond 2020 and 2022, for the first time ever, we use this mass selection process, which allows the city, with city council approval, to place all of the bond program projects in a design contract status within months of the voters approving the bond program. So we first used this with council approval back in bond 2020, and we used it again in bond 2022. And in both cases, within 5 months of the voters approving the bond program, this city council approved design contracts with engineering firms for every project in the bond program, except those ones that we could handle in-house. And what that has done is it has moved our bond programs quickly to completion. We know to have a bond program is one thing, but to deliver on it is something else. And we have made commitments in the past 2 that we would deliver these bond programs in record time. And we're doing that in part with the mass selection process. What that does is we issue an RFP on all the projects at one time instead of 30 different times through the year or through the years. And then we align project complexities with appropriate design firms. It also allows us to grow new design firms, awarding them smaller projects so they're not overwhelmed and trying to deliver a more substantial project. So it worked well in bond 2020 and again in 2022. One thing we know is the community is watching us, and so the Society of Engineers is watching us as well. And they picked this project as one to exemplify and highlight. And we did receive the award last week, and Jeff was there, who's in the front, because he is a big part in his team that have made the mass selection process successful. So that is the final briefing, Mayor, and that concludes the city manager's report.
Thank you, Peter, and congratulations, Jeff. Your whole team, but thank you for your leadership. This is very commending of the work that we do, and I know, efficiency is the key, right? We're trying to be as efficient as possible, and that means evolving with what's best practice for the most part.
Yeah, I just want to echo that as well. I know, I think sometimes, Jeff, I was really frustrated, and we probably shared that sentiment amongst each other. When I first was elected to the council, I remember projects like AIRS, were, years old, and the Holly project between Greenwood and Crosstown. You know, those were just old projects. Shea Parkway, you know, another one, and, you know, of course, that's not a road project, but, you know, your team has really elevated it now, so that way we can see the dirt turning a whole lot sooner. And I really appreciate all the fine work your team has done. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Peter. What we're going to do is we're going to start, I'm sorry?
Can I just?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you from District 2 for Staples. I don't know if that's one of them, but I'm telling you, people are so happy to be able to drive on that street, you know, from one, you know, I guess from Weber, you know, all the way down to Baldwin. And we're looking, you know, forward to these projects that are timely and, you know, expedited. So, Jeff, are you going to come up and
Thanks for the comments, and we appreciate the support, and we really just want to be able to seamlessly deliver these projects, so the public will continue to support our bond programs, and that they've got confidence that those projects are going to be delivered.
And I believe in seeing is believing, so we're starting to see it, and we're believing it, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campos. Any other comments? Okay. So we're going to move on. I'm going to go ahead. We're a few minutes away from the noon hour, which is public comment. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I always like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. One is at this time, and the other is at the time in which we hear the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer that will be set up here in front of our City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left. Once you hear the buzzer, we greatly appreciate you wrapping up your sentence so that we can give everyone else their opportunity to speak. If you have a petition or any information that you would like the council to have prior to speaking, if you'll please hand it to Ms. Huerta so she can hand it to us, and then you can begin your comments. So with that, we will begin with Patricia Anderson.
Shall I go ahead?
You can. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Gail Anderson, and I live in District 2. I would like to speak against the PAVE grant that was approved by the council on January 30th. Thank you, Councilman Pusley and Hernandez, for your vote against the grant. There are numerous peer-reviewed scientific studies that show the harmful and even deadly effects of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. But for sake of time, I will only refer to two today. For the first study, the first study is extremely significant because it's the largest global study ever involving 99 million people. It was over 8 nations. They found patients who are at significantly higher risk, and I have a slide on this, higher risk for blood, heart, and neurological effects. And as you can see on the slide, maybe, blood clot incidence for AstraZeneca increased 323%. Myocarditis from Moderna increased 610% after the second shot. Pericarditis from AstraZeneca increased 691% after the third shot. And if that's not scary enough, they only looked at short-term effects during the first 42 days after the shot. All right. Thank you. All right, the second study, entitled COVID-19 Vaccines Lessons Learned from Pfizer and Moderna Trials, concluded that the shots killed more people than they saved. Based on conservative assumptions, for every life saved, there were 14 times more deaths. Based on these results, the medical scientists recommended, 1, governments endorse and enforce a global moratorium on these modified mRNA products. And 2, they recommended immediate removal of the COVID-19 vaccines from the childhood immunization schedule. They said it is unethical and unconscionable to administer an experimental vaccine to a child who has near zero risk of dying from COVID-19, but a well-established risk of permanent heart damage. I strongly urge the city and health agencies to not promote these deadly shots. I found no information on the health department's website about adverse effects. As part of informed consent, this information must be shared with the public. Taking COVID shot is like playing Russian roulette with 14 bullets and 1 empty chamber. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Sean Flanagan.
Mayor, before I get going, you left off one important event for Islander Homecoming.
Which one?
On Friday at 6:30 p.m., the 2002 Islanders Women Cross Country team, consisting of 12 local ladies, will be inducted into the Islanders Hall of Fame. They had a tremendous season. They won 5 out of 6 events. The only time they lost in a regular season was at Stanford, where they came 8th out of 40. Tremendous deal.
Thank you.
6:30, they're going to be inducted this Friday into the Islander Hall of Fame. So I just thought I'd mention that before we
Well, thank you
get
for
into
that.
other
I'm
stuff.
sorry I left that out.
No worries. Okay, my name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street, and these are my own views. As elected officials, you have difficult jobs. You have to make decisions outside of your area of expertise, and you have to depend upon experts, especially on the city payrolls, that keep you informed in these areas. It is my contention, as you took the vote on this $75,000 PAVE grant, which is essentially a study that, based upon your skin color, what they're trying to do is figure out how to get you to take more of these COVID RNA injections. You did not have complete information. The senior medical person in the city dropped the ball, I think, because you didn't know what the last speaker just talked about, I don't think. I've emailed you all of that information. Another thing you didn't know was that on 1 September 2021, the CDC had to change its definition of what a vaccine was. Prior to this point, the definition of a vaccine was a treatment that immunized you from a disease. The COVID mRNA injections that they wanted to put forward did not meet this definition. So therefore, instead of telling you the truth, they changed the definition. Now, according to the CDC, a vaccine is something that elicits an immune response within the disease. Quite a difference. Also, if you listen carefully, and I've emailed you the information on 2 studies the last speaker referred to, ask yourself, if before, and most folks took these vaccines, and maybe they didn't know this at the time, I'm sure they didn't, but now, before you were asked somebody to take a vaccine, if you got 14 times, you're going to be more likely to die of side effects from this vaccine than you are to be saved from the disease, the ratio is 14-1 according to this study. If your likelihood of getting serious cardiovascular, neuromuscular, all kinds of diseases that are listed in that study, it increases by 300 to 400%. Why would you do it? So I request that you review the city policy and you quit promoting dangerous RNA injections, regardless if they're called a COVID-19 vaccine or not. They are not what used to be vaccines prior to 1 September 2021. They are experimental injections that we don't know the long-term effects of, and there's many other therapeutic possibilities for treatment without these injections. I hope that the city will review its policy, inform folks of the deleterious side effects of these injections, and take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Bruce Swatala.
Good morning, Bruce Swatella. I live at the 2800 block of Hobart Street in the Inner Harbor. I want to thank all of you for the work that you do on the City Council and city staff. I want to ask the city to end the sponsorship by the city, county, health director of the $75,000 grant to study how to get people of color to take COVID gene-altering shots. Our health focus needs to be to educate as informed consent requires about the many dangers of the shot. You have been swamped by information and statistics and medicalese of the dangers of the shots of late. So your question might be, whose facts do we believe? What is the truth? I have a quote from Abraham Lincoln. He says, "I am a firm believer in the people. If given the truth, they can be depended upon to meet any national crisis. The great point is to bring them the real facts." Well, discernment on truth is up to you. But I can tell you that money has a lot to do with what we hear from news and so-called experts like Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates. I just mentioned them. They both are making millions from their patents on the vaccines that they push. Personally, I know a couple of former neighbors who received the COVID gene therapy shots. One is Robert Nash in his 60s, who is African American, had a stroke after his 5th COVID shot. And his wife told me they were going to get their 6th shot when it became available last year. I called him and told him that the evidence against these shots is not being told to us by the media. Your stroke was probably caused by what's in the COVID shots. Another former neighbor has a son who, when 13, she was telling me they were feeling, since both she and her husband had gone to the hospital with very serious COVID symptoms, that she was hearing that it would be good for her to have her kids vaccinated. So she had her 13-year-old African-American son vaccinated with this shot. I don't know the details, but he did have the vaccination and he was up to date with his vaccine. Sometime after his shot, there was such a serious problem with bile and with his gallbladder that he had to have his gallbladder removed. I won't draw the conclusion for you, but I'm just asking, how likely is that? So I want you to consider, these were both African Americans affected, I think, by the shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swatala. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. You know, I come before you sometimes and I'm very emotional when it comes to what you do concerning the people of Corpus Christi. Last time I came before you, I brought you some things and some proof of some things that need to be done. My words today are for the rest of you. I want you to stay clear of things that will profit you when you sit on those chairs. I want you to keep your ethics up, and I want you to stay away from things that will profit you. We, the people, come before you to bring you our concerns, to bring you what we feel is right and what is not. If you are using your position to take advantage and make money, you're wrong. If you're using your position to become a social glorify and have everything in the town named after you, you're wrong. What you need to do is do what you were elected to do, each and every one of you, and that is take care of the city business where it is the right thing to do. Whether you do the right thing for the people and not for yourselves. Sometimes we have to be reminded that we're here to represent people, not ourselves. So I feel very strongly that you need to take a lesson from what we showed you last week and realize that it is your reputation, realize that it is you who will do it. We, the people, will take care of the people that are not doing the right thing. That's why we either vote for you or vote against you. But the important thing is that you remember, whatever you do, you were elected to represent a constituency. That is us, we the people. And we're asking that you keep that in mind as you keep going forward with your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I will be addressing the mayor and the city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights, according to the city attorney, section 5J. Next slide. On April 28th, I submitted an information request with the port for text messages and emails between a city-appointed port commissioner and a city council member for dates 1/22 until 3/22 of 2023. In May, I received from the port numerous text messages and emails related to city matters. I've already shared a few with this body. Next slide. On June 15th, I submitted a request with the city for all text messages between the same two people for the same dates. Next slide. On June 30th, I received an email from the city stating the city has no records responsive to this request. Next slide. I followed up with the city asking them to confirm they had no records. Next slide. The city responded by stating request 1211 is confirmed to have no records responsive. Next slide. Correspondence is defined as communication by exchanging letters, emails, and other messages. The display is directly from the Texas State Library and Archives Commission regarding how long records need to be retained. Incoming, outgoing, and internal correspondence pertaining to planning, projects, and policies may also include subject files, which are collections of correspondence, memos, and printed materials on various individuals, activities, and topics. 4 years. Some correspondence may merit permanent retention. Next slide. From the Texas Public Information Act, destruction, removal, or alteration of public information, a person commits an offense if the person willfully destroys, mutilates, removes without permission as provided by this chapter, or alters public information. If I were the councilman, I would provide my phone to an unbiased party, like the city auditor, so he could confirm the text messages still exist. I would also provide evidence that I shared the requested documents with the city. If I never received a request for the records, I would let the city auditor know that, because then it would appear the city withheld the records without first asking for a ruling from the Attorney General as required by law. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Samuel Fryer.
I had slides. Good morning, Council. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in District 4. As you all are aware, I have stood against the coercion and use to promote the dangerous mRNA gene therapy shots and COVID-19 mandates from the beginning. I initiated fullytreatable.org in February 2022 after the City Council simply ignored a citizens' initiative signed by over 80 Corpus Christians to inform and educate the public on early treatment protocols, methods to improve their immune systems, and also to ensure informed consent for COVID shots. Again, we are at a crossroads, caring for our constituents or for well-being or simply being indifferent. Well, unfortunately, last month, the majority of the council, saving two, actually demonstrated indifference by passing a $75,000 Partnering for Vaccine Equity grant, enabling the public health district's capacity to increase vaccination uptake and address inequities in influenza and COVID-19 vaccinations coverage among racial and ethnic minority adults. In other words, under the guise of public health inequity, the goal is to specifically target racial and ethnic minorities to encourage them to take the COVID shots that have been proven to harm and kill. So now we've shifted from an elusive shift from coercion to just outright manipulation. Next slide. This information is coming from an actual study, and I'm going to share some things with you. First of all, you can see influenza versus the COVID shots, an 803% increase in reported autoimmune diseases compared to flu shots. Next slide. This slide shows a domestic data shows 5-fold rise in myocarditis, which is the inflammation of the heart muscles of 15-year-old males. But other working age males are also harmed. Next slide. Notice the increase of mortality to those given the Pfizer shots over the placebo group. Next slide. This is in conclusion. Remind you of the actual goals for the PAVE grant. It should be more accurately reworded as, let's do a better job harming and killing racial ethnic minority adults. So the 7 of you who decided to vote for the grant, you voted to put a target on racial and ethnic minority Corpus Christians. You put a crosshair on them. For those of you who didn't, thank you very much for your courage and your truth.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. David Lowe. And then we'll have Rachel Caballero, Mark Munster, Chloe Martinez, and Annalise Fryer.
No slides. David Loeb, 4771 Ocean. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not the college. I wanted to start by thanking those of you who have reached out and the city manager for including us in this process. I'm talking about the sales tax. I want to urge you to continue that discussion with wider community listening sessions to get ideas and feedback on potential projects to fund with the two sales taxes. We stand ready to assist you in maximizing public participation and working with you and others to craft that into a concrete ballot proposal that we support passage of. Personally, at this point, I'm a fan of reauthorizing the seawall sales tax as a citywide coastal defense and storm protection fund that focuses on building and maintaining structures and buying low-lying and sensitive land from willing sellers to prevent the need for expensive structures to begin with. I suspect that there will continue to be significant state and federal investment in these areas, so having a pool of money to match can bring dollars into our community, increase safety, and enhance property values. The Arena Fund is more complex. Having been involved a small amount in the original, I would say the purpose was to create a community asset that did not really fit into the traditional funding mold. So it was intended to be an additive thing in our community that gave us a place to attract bigger concerts and have Division I basketball. I think there are some ways to fix the convention center and do upgrades that don't require this money, which I have shared with Manager Zanoni. So my general feeling is that we should explore projects that have the ability to alter their neighborhoods and the community as a whole. I like the idea of using it as a Type B fund for executing park and area development plan improvements on a pay-as-we-go basis. We spend lots of time on our master plans, and it's a common refrain that we don't do much to follow through and execute on them. It's frustrating for council members who see how a small investment can be leveraged to make a neighborhood better, but are waiting and fighting for years against real needs in streets and public buildings on bond packages. So that idea is to pool that money and use it yearly to fund projects that are community-driven. For instance, the Flower Bluff Bridge was conceived of in an area development plan, but the city had to find a match when the community group found a grant. We could vote to set this money aside for those types of projects that really engage our community and empower people in every neighborhood to work to improvement. We wouldn't walk away from planning exercises with the thought that it would just gather dust on a shelf, but with the knowledge that if we continue to work to execution, there's a funding source. Each neighborhood has different needs, and this could be flexible enough to meet them while preserving other funding for core government services. But those are my thoughts as an individual. There are other valid thoughts and ideas, and so I encourage you to actively seek them out. By doing so, you will give the participants a stake in the outcome of the election this fall, and the likelihood of passage will greatly increase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Congratulations, by the way, to visit Corpus Christi for the 40 conventions coming to town, all without the approval of Proposition A. 70% of the community said no, 70%, the majority. We are still against any sales tax in perpetuity. That means forever, so let's take mental note of that if we're gonna bring this back to the table. And this is a perfect example of showing how we can get things accomplished without the constant money grab of taxpayers' money. I am against the 5 proposed experimental desalination plants in our enclosed Corpus Christi Bay. I'd like to request an environmental impact study since that has been refused up until now. I'm against the ammonia plants in the Calallen and Robstown area. I know you guys have your hands in it because it's going to require 9 million gallons of water per day. Interestingly enough, water that we don't have that you all continue to sell. Crazy. Here's a wonderful idea to set a trend, City Manager Zanoni. How about we have city council members who actually represent the community and protect it? Foreign to most of you, but possible. Ask the City of Ingleside City Council. They showed up for their community. They rejected an ammonia plant in their community. So I look forward to this council beginning to set that trend. Thank you, and have a nice day.
So statement of fact, ladies and gentlemen, we did not sell water to an ammonia plant, and I'll leave that at that, but I would encourage Ms. Caballero to please get with staff to get those facts straight. I would hate for you to... If they provide true information. Okay, so anyway, again, we did not sell water to an ammonia plant that is not even inside of our city. But again, I encourage you to get your facts straight. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor,
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, we just issued a media release to help set the facts straight, so that just went out about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, we could read that, Ms. Caballero.
I'll text it to you, Ms. Caballero. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just for the record, we don't sell water to the district, the Robstown Water District that would potentially service this ammonia plant. The water district, Robstown Water District, has river rights on Nueces River. So we're not selling them anything. We are kind of contesting it because we weren't really notified appropriately, we feel. And it would have a big impact on the distribution system of our 500,000 residents that rely on us every day.
Well, I would emphasize, we did not know about this. So what took place there outside of our city limits wasn't something that was brought to these council members or to our city manager. And again, he just said 5 minutes ago, there's some good facts out on that. So please read those and we'll move forward because we have to straighten things out that are incorrectly said. Yes, sir. Mark Munster. I think am I pronouncing your name right? Okay. I've got the same problem. So.
Mark Munster, 1015 Luxor. I look forward to reading the stuff about the ammonia plant because that's part of what I was going to talk about today, the concerns about the potential hazards as it's very dangerous, implications for safety, water quality. In 2007 in Kingman, Kansas, there was a water leak that killed tens of thousands of fish, and there was over $3 million in damages that had to be paid. That's going to affect the Corpus Christi community regardless of where this is. This is in the same general area. So it's just good that the council is aware of it, and I hope that all the health concerns are addressed. And especially, I was also going to talk about desalination against the proposed plants, and that industry profits are being put ahead of the people. We don't, that we're told we have a water crisis when, I mean, most people don't have problems getting water. The reason we have a shortage is because of the water allocated to Exxon Steel Dynamics. And I mean, to the young generation of people, we see it as, you know, what's the environmental impact it's going to have in the future? We're the ones that are going to see, I mean, what's going to happen with these huge plants, the brine that's going to go back in the seawater. What's the impact of the salinity of the bay? And I mean, for our perspective, we just don't see why corporate interests is put ahead of the residents. And we're told that residents, we need to, like that we need, there's a water shortage, we need the water. There's a water shortage because of all the water that's being allocated away. Why is that being put ahead of what the residents need? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you. And the environmental impact study statement, that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Chloe Martinez.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Chloe Martinez. I live on Rosedale Drive in District 2. I am a first-generation minority American, born to a Latino father and an Asian mother. For the sake of demographics, if this matters to you, I am college educated and married with one child on the way, and we are small business owners in Corpus Christi. I'm here to comment on the passing of the $75,000 PAVE grant, which is meant to address discrepancies in low vaccination rates among minority populations. My comment is purely anecdotal, as everybody else has kind of already commented on statistics, rates, facts, data, all of that stuff, and I agree with them on that. My parents live in Austin with my two brothers. My family is an incredibly active and healthy family. They grow their own produce, they eat organic, and they're super involved in team sports, club sports. My father's a 25-plus year Army veteran. They cycle, they bike everywhere. You know, Austin's really great for that stuff. They've never had any serious health issues. Ever since my family has received their first Pfizer COVID-19 vaccination shot and the subsequent boosters, all of them, one of them is always sick with some miscellaneous illness of some sort. Again, this is all purely personal and anecdotal. A common cold, the flu, COVID-19 several times, all of them, all four of them. My father has had a persistent cough for the past 8 or 9 months. This was not something that he had before getting his COVID-19 boosters and the original vaccination. I tell you all of this because I hesitate to believe that investing more money into minority communities will boost vaccination rates unless the vaccine itself is addressed at its core. I repeat, grant money will not ease the hesitance in the minority communities of Corpus Christi and at large around the United States who have chosen not to vaccinate, nor will it soothe them as to why their loved ones are experiencing these sudden health issues. Increasing sites will not help, providing free vaccinations will not help, and pamphlets in bright colors will not help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Annalise Fryer?
Good afternoon. My name is Annalise Fryer, District 4. I stand in opposition to the public health district promoting mRNA COVID shots to any group of people. I also have a personal story to share. My mother was a pretty healthy lady at 92 years. Her mother, my grandmother, and her siblings all had long lives into the late 90s, and one was even 103 years old. My sister took my mother twice a week to a nursing home during working hours. The nursing home in Germany required vaccination, and my sister complied. Shortly after my mother took the shot, she speedily declined physically and mentally and died the same year on September 16, 2021. My sister and her family all decided to take the shot because traveling and independence was so important to them. Now they regret it all. Why? Because their immune system has been weakened from the shots. They have had COVID multiple times. Sadly, these adverse effects run past my immediate family and affect millions of people from around the world, as highlighted by ScienceDirect.com, which has a vaccine journal available online since February 12, 2024. Their multinational study of over 99 million vaccinated people, which was mentioned earlier, has identified high incidences of neurological, cardiovascular, and blood disorder complications. I'll name a few. Guillain-Barre syndrome is a disorder in which a body's immune system attacks the nerves and can eventually paralyze the whole body. Acute disseminated encephalomyelitis is a condition that typically occurs after bacterial and viral infection. It causes inflammation of the central nervous system. Bell's palsy is a weakness or paralysis of facial muscles. CVST is a condition in which blood clots form in the brain, blocking the blood from draining out. This can end up causing a hemorrhage. Myocarditis is inflammation of the heart muscle. Pericarditis is an inflammation of the outer lining of the heart. This CDC-funded study reveals a host of adverse events much higher than expected. These shots harm and kill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fryer. Herbert Rubio? And then we'll have James Garner, Mike Robinson, and Ruben Garcia after that.
Okay, yes. My name is Herbert Rubio. I live at 1713 Citation Drive in Corpus Christi. It's District 3, and I live in subdivision of Saratoga Downs, which is directly upstream of Las Colonias. So I've got something I'm going to read for you, so please excuse my speed reading because time is limited. I previously spoke to the city about the rezoning of the land next to my home from 6,000 square foot lots to 4,500 square foot lots, increasing the number of potential homes by about 45. By increasing the number of homes on the same plot of land, we are also increasing the strain on our existing infrastructure, particularly our drainage systems. During the zoning discussion, I raised the crucial question of how we plan to address the heightened risk of flooding in light of the development. I was assured that ditch designs would handle the additional runoff from the new constructions, and they put in some really big ditches. My concerns for my neighbors remains unresolved. There has been a little progress on vital projects such as the Lavola Creek Detention Pond project, which is essential for managing stormwater and mitigating flood risk. Meanwhile, the pace of development in our area continues unabated, exacerbating the potential for flooding in neighborhoods like Las Colonias. It's important to reflect on the past events to understand the gravity of the situation. The flooding incidents of September 2010 and the subsequent events of 2015, 2016, 2018 should serve as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of our community to flooding. We cannot afford to ignore the lessons of the past or delay action to safeguard our neighbors from future flooding events, which decrease home and land values and increase insurance costs. There is one additional significant change that I feel has impacted and continues to impact the inflow of stormwater to the Lavola Creek. The Corpus Christi International Airport was expanded in 2002 and in 2007 through 2008. The improvements, coupled with improvements to the airport drainage system, has directly additional stormwater into the Lavola Creek system, potentially increasing the flood risk for communities downstream, including Las Colonias. Despite city assurances of timely completion, recent developments raise doubts about the progress of essential flood mitigation projects. The need for renewed attention and action is clear, as evidenced by the recent February 19th, 2024 decision to rebid Package A of the Lavola Creek Drainage Improvements Project, which was previously announced to have been completed by January 2023, already over a year behind schedule on a crucial part. The detention pond has yet to be started. The communities downstream continue to be in imminent risk of flooding, especially Las Colonias. We cannot afford to wait for another preventable flooding event to prompt action. As I see it, everyone seems to be sending their flood problems to Las Colonias. We must not put the cart before the horse. Let's take appropriate actions to protect all our neighbors, and before it's too late, thank you for your attention and for your dedication to serving our city.
Thank you, Mr. Rubio. James Garner.
Mayor, while we're waiting on Mr. Garner to come down, could we schedule an update from staff on the comments that...
Yes, sir, we can. I was looking for Mr. Rubio. Will stay here because I'm going to get somebody from our department, engineering department, to come talk to you. Because just real quick, the project is out for bid. We had it out for bid, and 2 bidders bid. Both were over budget. So we put it back out one more time. I think it's probably closed at this point, but we're moving forward. It's completely designed, completely funded. We know it's important. I'm going to have somebody talk to Mr. Rubio, and we'll put that on a future council meeting. Councilman, okay. A good idea. Yes, sir. It's a real important project. It's a big one.
Yes.
So, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Garner.
So I'm James Garner, and I live about 100 yards from the end of the street that we are having constant ARs in the middle of the night, during the day, shooting into the water. I've been skiing with my grandkids and had to literally stop and go the other direction because there's 4 guys with ARs shooting in the water. We call the police department. They say call the county. We call the county. They say call the police. Someone's got to do something. So Mr. Mateo is trying to get this road closed, and I'm trying to back him up the best we can. Also, I've been waking up in the middle of the night from people coming to my house because they're stuck or they need help or someone's beating them up. Even had a lady raped. Please close this road. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. And same thing, yeah, Chief, I see Chief Markle up there. Can we get with Mr. Garner regarding those calls? Thank you. Mike Robinson.
Mike Robinson, 12 Rock Creek. Council, I need to read some numbers to you, and I wish you would listen to them very carefully. New Braunfels is 112. Georgetown, 60. San Antonio, 26. Waco, 112. San Marcos, 0. Refugio, 0. Austin, Round Rock area, 0. McAllen, Harlingen, 0. Odom, Bishop, 0. This is dollars that we're talking about. They're for permits to pull simple, say a roof, all right? And there's other things besides roof that's included in this. Corpus Christi, $133 minimum to pull, plus administration fee, my understanding of, let's say almost $6. So we're up to almost $140. Then we have an MSW fee, I believe that's what we're calling it, that we add upon that. Let's say a house that's 1,700 square feet, just a regular house. It's costing us $230 roughly to pull that permit. Now, we have to charge the customers that. So this goes to the city, the people. It's not just us. And I would say we spent probably over $25,000 last year that we contributed on city permits. That's a lot of money. And I just kind of wonder why Corpus Christi is the highest in this state that I can find out, that it costs you just to do a roof or even to put a sink in your house, y'all want to pull a permit. If it's like a little plumbing pipe, or if you have a sheetrock in your house, if it's over a 10 by 10 square, you want to pull a permit. That's $140. People, everything has gone up. To do a roof now, since Harvey, has cost over $50 a square just for the shingles. That's not counting the roof jacks and other material that we have to use. So let's take a roof that would cost $10,000. Now it's costing roughly maybe $13,000. That's gotten ridiculous, and this does not add to, I mean, this hurts everybody to have to spend $200 and something for a simple house, and then if we get up into a big roof, something maybe on Del Mar or wherever, then, I mean, it could probably go up to $400 or whatever. So we need help, and I would like to sit down with some council members, being another people. We'd like to have a meeting with you and go over this.
And Mr. Robinson, what I'd like to do is, and we do have our development services, some representatives, I'd like for you to speak with them first. And you're very welcome to speak with us, but I think that would be a great conversation.
I have already, ma'am.
Oh.
I had a meeting with, with Mike Guerrero.
Okay.
Me and Larry, my partner, we had a meeting with Mike Guerrero, went over all of this to make sure that when we spoke, we knew what we were talking about.
Mr. Guerrero is not the director, so Al Raymond, is Al here?
Our director's here, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, Al
I think.
Raymond.
Be more than happy to, yes.
Our
Okay.
director's right up
Right
there in the
there.
light brown jacket, and he's standing up. He'll talk to you.
Good.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you.
He
Excellent.
will let us know where that
Mayor,
goes. Thank you.
real quick question on this. I guess when we have our budget workshops, can we look at what the fees are? I mean, we approve the fees during our annual budget cycle.
Yes,
We
sir.
can do some comparative analysis
Right.
we always look at the top 8 cities. We can do comparative analysis as to what our
Right.
fees are versus theirs.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
and not only that, but we'd also probably holistically, Peter, you know, I don't know what these cities, if one city, you know, doesn't charge, but they charge double maybe on another permit, like we need to look at all of it. I'm not saying that's
Right.
happening, I'm just saying for our education,
We'll
which
show
is
the council
very
during
much
the
less
budget
than
time.
yours, Mr. Robinson, we would need to know all that to see how that all plays out across the board.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Also,
Thank you, sir.
might want to include impact fees in that as well.
All right.
What did you say, Councilman?
Impact fees.
Impact fees, yes, sir. Okay.
Ruben Garcia. Then we'll have Adam Rios, Johnny Filippello, and Brian Keeble.
Roman Garcia, 1321 Calle San Miguel, in Las Colonias subdivision. Back in, on September 19, 2010, Las Colonias subdivision experienced massive flooding as a result of Lavola Creek not being maintained by the city of Corpus Christi. This was 14 years ago. I would like to see the city maintenance department or a contractor cut down the brush that's in the creek and possibly even widen it. That would somehow help the flow of water, because from there it goes past Saratoga into Oso Bay. Also, I know that I had attended a meeting back in 2019 at Greenwood Senior Citizens Center. Mr. Roland Barrera attended that meeting as well. And the meeting was to address the flooding issue in Lavola Creek. And also Las Colonias subdivision, because the water comes right in there, we're next door to them. At that meeting, we were told that $17 million had been allocated for the project. I don't know who the source was, and that the city would match that $17 million for that project to start. On September 2019, the project was to have started, that was our understanding, and be completed within 2 years. Fast track to February 2024, which is the month we're in now. I haven't seen anything from the city, heard anything from the Corpus Christi Color Times, or even the news media to indicating a starting date
Right.
for the project. I just want to, would like for the city to provide, future help in this issue. And I look forward to hearing from you all. And I want to thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Zanoni.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
much.
Garcia, and we
Yes,
do
ma'am.
want to get you, that's a big grant, and that was years
Yeah.
of work
Yes, ma'am.
to get that grant. But I think we owe you, probably the whole council, a little update on where that is. So if we can have someone speak with Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Talk with him.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Garcia.
Adam Rios?
Good afternoon, Council, City Manager. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Just a few comments about skateboarding as usual, but before that, congratulations. It's nice to see the development of the sensory room at Retama Library. If you don't know, some of you have met my son Atticus. He has high-functioning autism, and it's really hard sometimes to find places that can adapt to his wants and needs. So I'm really looking forward to his visits to Corpus to be able to take him to that. I wanted to talk about Westcouth Skate Park and the progress that we're seeing there and how it is going to further impact our community economically as well as within the sport of skateboarding. There was a study that came out, and this is really important because this journey with me and the mayor and city council started just a couple of years ago, but this is how far we've come monetarily. There's a company called Action Watch, and they had talked about the sales of skateboard and skateboard equipment over the last year increased by about 118% from the year before. We're seeing growth in sales locally that haven't been seen in years. It's something that's kind of happening all over, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we collectively came together and saved Cole Park. We've talked about the future of Ranowski Park and Flower Bluff, and of course, the West Coast Skate Park that's being developed and should hopefully within the next couple of months be open to the public. I want to just share something with you. What if I told you that since that time, over this last couple of years, that footage of Cole Park, as well as areas around the coastal bend, has been seen and shared in as many as 20 countries outside of the United States? That little skate park. 20 countries outside of the United States. The industry and the skateboard market, as of 2023, stated that it saw over $3 billion in revenue and is expected to grow at an annual rate of 3.5% over the next year. Again, what if I told you that within the state, Corpus Christi, Little Cole Park Skate Park, has emerged as one of the fastest growing markets in Texas? Our community here in the Coastal Bend accounted for 11.2% of the overall state revenue when it comes to skateboarding within the state. That is a lot of skateboards, all sharing the one little Cole Park. But again, with the building of Westcouth, all of us coming together to collectively make that happen, not just this city council, but the city council before. Within the state of Texas, skateboarding is now the third most popular sports category after football and basketball. This has been an overlooked community for so long, but I'm glad that we have come together and shed a good spotlight on what I think has become a very productive sport and an Olympic sport, and is not just the sport of the past of a bunch of delinquents like I was when I was skateboarding. But again, we've only just begun, and I'm looking forward to watching this sport grow. And I thank each of you for always being patient and listening to what I have to say and helping me develop this sport in Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Johnny Filippello?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Johnny Filippello, 3746 Scarlet Oak, and President and CEO of the Buccaneer Commission. And today I want to speak on behalf of the Type A sales tax discussion. I strongly urge you to consider the 8-cent renewal for not just the arena, but for the entire convention center complex, the Selena Auditorium Convention Center and the arena. It's an aging facility that has significant improvements that need to be made just to maintain it at the level that it's at. We talk about it being a convention center, but more importantly, it's a civic center for our citizens. Of the 1 million visitors that came through last year, 73% of them were local for CCISD graduation, Flower Bluff graduation, Del Mar graduation, A&M Corpus graduations, Buck Days, ballet, symphony, concerts, nonprofit fundraisers, the chamber host events there, you name it. It's a community asset that we need to take care of. So as the Buccaneer Commission, we strongly request a process to consider that 8-cent renewal to go to maintenance and improvements to keep that facility viable for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Filippello. Joshua Tijerina.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for your time today. And to many of you, thank you for your time this past weekend in your discussions and meetings with myself and some others representing the hotel community. I honestly, I wasn't going to come and speak at public comment today.
State your name and address, please.
You're
I'm
right.
sorry.
Joshua Tijerina, 5506 Wooldridge. But I got a call from, believe it or not, a couple of the chamber board members this morning concerning the Type A briefing. And while I know it's in the early stages and more public engagement will come across, it highlighted a concern from last year because, of course, on the presentation, there are slides of staff engagement with certain organizations, including the chamber, and they called me and saying, hey, are you aware of this? I was like, well, yeah, it's on the city's website. I was like, well, you know, nobody's talked to us. This is their words, not mine. And I said, well, it's just the briefing. It's the beginning of everything. But it highlighted hyper-paranoia in communication between staff and organizations and council still. And, you know, at these beginning stages, you know, this is, I believe, where Prop A went off the rails last time, and organizations and stakeholders telling staff, hey, this is what we feel, and it not being conveyed to council. And so that hyper-paranoia still exists. And I'm hoping that as this process moves on, that something is done about that, because it's still there. I don't represent the chamber. Obviously, I'm not on the board. I have nothing to do with them. But two of them calling me this morning to state, hey, what's going on here, highlights the importance of just solidified communication. So it also highlights, you know, I spent some time with y'all this weekend concerning an item on the agenda. And I told many of you that our concerns from one of our hotel owners had been told to staff. And that message was not conveyed to y'all, not all of y'all. So I had to make calls. I was asked to make calls. But again, it highlights somewhere along the lines between council, staff, and stakeholders, there is a disconnection. And I am coming here to just quietly and respectfully ask that somehow, let's all figure that out, because you know, we don't want a repeat of last year. Nobody does. Y'all are there are good things and good opportunities on the table for all of us. And believe it or not, you know, none of us wants to be at war with anybody. You guys devote a lot of time to this city. So I'm here to just respectfully ask that, you know, let's try to figure this out together. Very much so. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Tijerina. And I would just like to have to say a few words here. Number one, I didn't receive a call from you or from anyone.
That's true.
Number two, I think it's fair to say that there has been, this is the beginning
yes.
of
yes.
a conversation.
Yeah.
I'll be reaching out to the CEO or the chair of the chamber. They are a great partners, and it's very disheartening to think that they can't call this organization, they can't call the great relationships that they have on this dais to say,
again,
hang on, to say, hey, wait, what's going on? Nothing's going on. And if anyone thinks that anyone on this dais isn't going to look at what just took place and say, let's learn from this. Let's work better together. Both sides, I might add.
Yeah. Yes.
Both sides.
Yes.
And thank you for your demeanor today.
Yes.
Because that too, right. And
Yeah, again,
we appreciate
great.
that. We appreciate that. But you know, moving forward, I can tell you, and I know I speak for the council, there isn't one person, and I hope they're listening. Again, I'm going to have a conversation with Al, because to not receive a phone call here and to send respectfully a messenger to say, hey, what's going on. We're the body that says, hey, whomever, you don't have to be a board member at the chamber, but our message to you, and it will begin today in a couple of minutes. The message begins today on how we move forward so that a project is successful. That starts with listening to people. That's what that starts with, and it starts with communication, as you mentioned, so thank you for mentioning that. That is very much in the plan. So I understand, though, out of maybe skepticism, yeah, but we'll make sure that's clear, and I hope that everyone's listening.
And if I may say, I wasn't their messenger.
It was
a conversation, and
sure.
it just highlighted concerns
right.
of our stakeholders.
Well,
I want to make it clear I am not their representative.
Well, I appreciate that.
Because you know how that could all be.
I appreciate that. And the communication, of course, will absolutely improve. And like I said, everyone wants the same thing in the end, and that's doing good for this city and moving us forward. But we all have to work together, and we all have to listen right to one another and communicate. So thank you for your comments today. We do appreciate them. Brian Keeble. And I think that is our last in-person public comment. Then we have a phone public comment and, or maybe 3, correct? No, WebEx? 1, okay.
Good afternoon. Brian Keeble, 4350 Ocean Drive, 121 Southern. I'm CEO of B3 Acquisitions, and I'm hearing to support obviously a redefined and improved Prop A from last year. There is an enormous amount of things that are coming here. The wealth that is in this city actually wants to stay in the city and actually wants to invest in this city, but it has not been able to. We've all heard of 6th Street, 3rd Street, all the entertainment complex in Austin. Guess who owns it? A 30-year resident of Corpus Christi. They can't do it here currently. They want to. They have their sons operating it now. South by Southwest, we could have something like that. We need to think in terms of prosperity. I love the way that the gentleman that was just here and Mr. Loeb and all that they're amenable to let's go down this pathway in a way that works for everyone. Everyone of every socioeconomic level needs to prosper from this thing. I am bringing in a tremendous amount of companies and entertainment here, but it needs to be everyone coming together for this. There does need to be better communication. I am obviously willing to be somewhat of a liaison between the different groups. I am here at every city council meeting, and I am the very last civilian out, every single one. And how important this is to my family to get this done, we have a 150-year history here, is my mom just got out of surgery at Christi's Spawn. I'm here. She wanted me here to do this because we love this city, and we want to bring all of our contacts, all of our friends with wealth, everything here to grow this city. And as much as we love petrochemical, I want it to be a distant second. I want everyone to have a really good job and to be able to grow and have a strong economic ladder for everyone to be able to climb here. Grow Corpus. Thank you for everything that y'all do, and y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Mr. Keeble. So that concludes our in-person public comment. Ms. Huerta, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, we do have, so they're in person, actually they are in person, they're just not residents, so they'll be getting a minute, and they'll speak at the end of the public comment period. So we have Catherine Barnes is next. Ms. Barnes, you still on the phone?
Muted? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Barnes?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can. Go ahead and proceed with your comment,
thank you
please.
so much. Okay, thank you. This is Catherine Barnes from District 1. I would like to ask the council to rescind the Nacho Pave project grant approved on January 30th. The project, as you are aware, part of the goal seeks to increase the vaccine uptake and address inequities in influenza and COVID vaccine 19 among racial and ethnic minority adults. I find it offensive that the council would, with the exception of Hernandez and Pugsley, would actually vote to approve a racially driven study. You've heard many statistics today on the harms of COVID-19 vaccine. You've also heard personal accounts of the detrimental effects of the COVID vaccine, and you've heard that it's likely that a study would not increase the confidence of minorities to take the COVID vaccine. I'd like to add one additional thing, if you're not aware of it, is that the Florida Surgeon General, Joseph Lopado, officially called for a halt to the use of the mRNA COVID vaccine of Pfizer and Moderna over DNA concerns. I think it's very interesting that a state official would actually be willing to take such a drastic approach. And I wanted to bring that to your attention, that perhaps maybe you didn't have all the information that you needed here in Corpus Christi before you made the decision. So I would respectfully ask that you rescind the Nacho Pave project, as it is, I think, very unfortunate that it's actually isolating ethnic minorities. I want to thank Councilman Hernandez and Pugsley for voting against this grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Okay, next we have Mateo Luetta. And Mr. Luetta, you do get a minute to speak.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to see if the Public Works have left some pictures and stuff for the council to see.
Public Works?
If they left some what, sir?
They were supposed to have brought them, so
Oh,
this
yeah?
is the second time for me to be up
I think
here.
you mean during when the items, so you're speaking about item number 29,
Yeah.
the street closure, what is it?
I think he's saying his presentation.
They said that they were going to be here for you.
Okay, because it's,
Neiman's in the audience, Mr., let me see here. Is it Mr. Mateo?
Yes, sir, there were
Yes, sir.
documents for the closing of the street.
Yes,
That they
so-
were going to provide for
Yeah,
you.
we received those, Mr. Mateo, and they were in our packet they submitted to us.
Okay. Okay. Okay, what I'm here for, this is the second time I've been here. Thank you so much. Well, in 21, we bought this property.
so
15
can you state your
acres.
name and address? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, just if you don't mind. State your name and address for the record, sir, if you
My name is
would.
Mateo Luera,
Yes, sir.
and I'm here to speak on the closing of the street for Figodora Street. And
And your address, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Your address, sir? Your residence address?
ma'am,
Can you please state your address?
my address?
Yes, sir.
Is, I think it's 1329 Figodora Street.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and back in 2021, we bought this property, not knowing the activities that was going on, what was going on at the end of the street. It's been used for, I guess, what did I say, for shooting the guns, like you said. You know, there's other activities. It's a public right-of-way at the end of the street, but it's being used for a lot more other stuff than illegal stuff that's going on, dumping, and that we've reported. We've provided a bunch of pictures and stuff, and I've put equipment out there to clean up the property and started to make improvements because we want to build our home here. And equipment's missing, stuff like that, stealing, trespassing. So I'm asking the council to see if they can close the street. There's been a lot of police reports that have been up here, a number of incidents that have happened in the area. And I want to thank you for hearing me the second time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bro, can I just ask him, Mayor, you're supportive of the closure, right? Is he supportive of the closure? You're supportive of the closure, Mr. Mateo? Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing today, so.
Okay, and the last individual is Richard Todd.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. I'm here also on item 29. My name is Richard Todd. Address is 5148 Lynn Green, which is at the corner of I purchased this property approximately a year ago, which is right next to this property you're talking about, closing the right-of-way. I was a 28-year veteran of the Dallas Police Department. During that time, I was a detective for 15 years in the nuisance abatement unit. We dealt with problem properties, et cetera, and so on. And this property, even though it's a city street, would definitely fall under a Chapter 54, which is considered a nuisance location. When I got it, it seemed like a very nice and quiet place to retire and enjoy. After occupying the property and staying and trying to fix it up, the loud music, the gunshots, et cetera, and so on, I realized it was going to be very difficult to live there. There's also some other issues, liability and cost effectiveness for the city. The legal dumping, you guys have been out there, Public Works and Code Enforcement, numerous times to clean up all the tires and furniture, et cetera, and so on.
Yeah.
And it's a financial drain on you guys. So anyway, I know you guys have other business, but also on one other final note, thank you so much for fixing not just the Figueroa, but the other streets in that neighborhood. We're in very need of repair, and they look really nice. You did a very good job.
Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you.
Very much. Ma'am? He indicated on his form that he was, so that's, I'm going off of that.
Mr., was it the last gentleman spoke? Todd, I was hoping you and Mr. Mateo could hang around until are you going to come back? Okay, good. Okay, because I'm going to have some questions about this.
The closure.
The closure, yeah.
Well, it's item 29. I know, but they can't speak. It'll be quite a while. Okay,
I can't
thank
speak on
you.
it twice.
So
Mayor,
that
I
will
think these individuals were inside the city limits. I just think they indicated that they weren't.
They were not.
They were not, because if the property's on a city street, it seems like it'd be
Yeah.
inside the city.
It's in my district. I had the streets.
Dead end to the river. Street going to the left becomes Santa Patricia.
They're not.
Well, I mean, just because it's San Patricia doesn't mean it's not within the city. It's just,
Yeah, they're not, but
it's on Figueroa.
we can,
There you go.
we can discuss a little bit more when the item comes. Okay, Ms. Huerta, you going to close that out then?
Yes, ma'am. So that concludes the public comment period.
Okay, great, thank you. So next, let's see, that's going to take us to briefings. Items 4 and 5. Our first briefing is City Debt Profile Overview by our financial advisor, Specialized Public Finance, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Zanoni. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. My name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and we have the honor of representing the city as your financial advisors. Upon our continuation of working with the city in the past year and our discussions with staff and Mr. Zanoni, we felt that, I don't want to take credit for it, Mr. Zanoni's idea to present to you information on an annual basis with respect to what we call the city's debt profile, how much we have outstanding, where's the revenue sources coming in, and when it's going to be scheduled to be paid off. So as you continue throughout the year in addressing some of your capital improvement needs and potentially issuing new debt to support those improvements, you know where you stand and what the possible implications could be as you incur additional debt. We prepared a presentation here for you that's also in your packet. To go over with you what we call the debt profile overview. And so if you go to the first page after the cover sheet, this is the common debt financing tools that are available to Texas cities. The first tool is what we call general obligation bonds. In order to utilize this tool, we first have to get voter authorization through a bond election. When we do get that authorization, we have legally the opportunity to finance whatever project we did over a 40-year term. However, it's very uncommon for Texas cities, particularly the city of Corpus Christi, to issue debt for that long of a term. And we'll go over that here in the next few slides. This type of debt is going to get you the best interest rates. The security mechanism, the source of repayment, is going to be the property tax base within the city. The next tool is our certificates obligation, which we've talked about in length here in the past few months. This type of tool gets the same type of interest rates, very good interest rates, as your general obligation bonds, which are voter authorized. Certificates obligation under state law require you to first give notice to your community that you're thinking about incurring that debt, and you have to describe to them what you're going to be using for that instrument, the certificates obligation. So do you give a notice, and they have a right to petition after a certain amount of time. That notice is published in your local paper, in addition to being placed on the city's website. Again, all in the purpose of being transparent with your community and letting them know that you're going to be issuing debt on their behalf under these tools. The next one that we've utilized before are tax notes. With tax notes, you do not need to have a bond election, and you do not need to give notice to your taxpayers and your community that you're going to incur this type of debt. However, the limitation under state law is that if you do issue tax notes, we have to repay that debt within a 7-year period or less. And so that's the other tool that we have. The other tool that we've utilized are revenue bonds. These are going to be secured by the revenues coming in from whatever system you're borrowing those monies for, particularly utility system in our case is a predominant use of revenue bonds. These do carry higher interest rates, as bond investors prefer to have security mechanism on their bonds in terms of what they're going to be repaid with as the property tax. So anytime a bond is supported by property taxes, it's going to typically get a better interest rate and typically will be rated higher. On the next slide, this is the chart, summary chart showing the credit ratings that are available to Texas cities. We always want to be above the red dashed line. Anything below that is considered what you may have heard in movies or newspaper articles as junk bonds. And so really when your credit is really bad, those type of bonds, we just do not want that. Fortunately, we're not anywhere near that. We're actually, as a city, closer to a AAA rating, which is the safest rating available for an entity. Basically, the higher the credit rating you have, the lower interest rate you're going to attain on your financing. So this is why it's important. The 3 rating agencies that the city uses are Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch. Those are the 3 primary rating agencies. These are all independent bodies that whenever we do issue debt, we visit with them, show them various financials, and then they also do their own analysis regarding the area. The 4 things that they look at to determine a rating are economy, financial performance, and management, and also your debt position. And so they have various criteria that they use, and they look at you as a city, but they also compare you not only to Texas cities, but also cities throughout the nation, and then they come up with a rating. Currently, our debt that's secured by property taxes, or our general obligation debt, is currently rated in that blue area. That is the AA from S&P, AA from Moody's, and AA from Fitch. And so the good news is that all 3 rating agencies are aligned in terms of your credit rating for your general obligation debt. That is 2 notches below the best and safest rating available to a municipality. The maroon line there are your ratings for your combined utility system. They're just 1 notch below our property tax base. Really, the best way to describe a rating is that they're going to rate us on things that we have control of, and then also things that we don't have control of. Things that we have control of, the city has demonstrated that it's done a wonderful job in conservative budgeting, maintaining expenses, keeping your debt amount in manageable levels. So things that we can't control, the city's been doing a good job. They also rate us on things that we can't control. We can't control where we're located. We're located in a coastal area, so they utilize and may use that a little bit against us because we are prone to hurricanes and weather events. We don't have control as to which companies come and establish their base here in Corpus Christi. We have no control as to who moves here and who moves out. And so those are all factors that go into a credit rating analysis. But if you go to the next slide, the last time we received a credit analysis from these rating agencies was June June of 2023. This is something we shared with the council previously. This is just some of their rationale when they affirmed the city's strong geo and utility system ratings. What they liked is that the fact that they believe that there's going to be continued economic growth here in the city. They also highlighted the fact that the city does a wonderful job in terms of having strong financial policies and strong practices. Y'all, as I indicated earlier, have conservative budgeting methods that you utilized in the past. You obviously have a long-term capital planning program, so you know the projects that are coming up and start prioritizing with debt funding. Strong institutional framework. A lot of our Texas cities have this because we can only do what the state of Texas allows us to do, so there's limits as to how much debt that we can incur as a city. We've demonstrated over the past that the city has had positive operating results from those practices that you maintain, and also they highlighted the strong management team that the city has in place currently.
Councilman Hunter, I think he has a question.
Mr. Zanoni, is this the item I requested to be on the agenda a few weeks ago?
Yes, sir, Councilman. We're going to cover some of the material you asked for.
Can we get, I mean, that's what we requested. We don't need this basic information. If we don't know this stuff before we get on council, then we shouldn't be here. So we want to know the debt, when it comes due, how much there is.
Okay. That's coming up right this next slide, Councilman.
It's a great segue to that information. So here we have the outstanding debt for the three systems primarily that we issue debt upon. The first one is your property tax base. Currently we have total balance outstanding as of February 1st, 2024 of just under $500 million. It's $498,900,000. That item has an asterisk because some of that debt is not fully paid by your property taxes. It contains a mechanism what we call self-supporting, meaning that we're relying on other revenues from the city systems to help repay that debt. So you're not fully taxing your taxpayers to repay that debt. That's going to come from solid waste, airport, and it's about $83.7 million of the $498 million that are designated as self-supporting, again, meaning that we're not utilizing our taxpayers to repay that debt. The other system is your combined utility system. Currently, we have just under $1 billion in outstanding debt in that system, $976.2 million. And we have a small portion of marina debt, about $1.3 million, that's going to be paid off here in the next few years. If you go to the next...
Real quick question there. Sorry,
Mayor. Yes, sir.
On January 30th, we approved $360 million of utility revenue bond to go out for revenue. Does this amount include that $360 million?
This amount includes debt that's been issued. Most recently, we issued debt in 2023, so anything that's been issued is included.
Okay, so that would be in addition to what you have listed here?
Yes.
Okay.
But this only reflects debt that we've actually issued out in the market. We have, and we're currently obligated to repay.
Okay, so I'm just pointing out that we authorized an additional $360 million in revenue bonds January 30th, just for that information.
Yes,
also, we authorized $28.1 million in certificates of obligation. I'm assuming that on the same day, so that's not reflected in this either.
That's exactly
right,
sir. Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Going over to the next slide, we're just breaking down a little bit the property tax supported or the GO debt profile. Within the $498.9 million that we have outstanding, the majority of it are going to be general improvement bonds or debt that was approved by the voters. About 81% or $402.5 million is voter-approved debt that we currently have outstanding and on the books right now. This does not include debt that we received authorization for because we've not sold that debt yet, particularly the November 2022 bond program that we do have plans to start moving forward with this fiscal year and starting to issue that debt. But again, this debt that's shown here is just debt that is currently outstanding and that's been issued, and it's our obligation to repay that debt. We also have certificates of obligation obligation, about 18% of your general obligation debt that you currently have outstanding, about 18% or $89.8 million is designated under certificates of obligation, or the tool that you utilize to issue that debt. Minimal amounts in tax notes and what we call public property contractual obligations. This is a tool that's about to be paid off in the next couple of years. We've not used that here recently. The middle graph, that just shows you the annual principal and interest payments that are due on the general obligation debt that's listed here for $498.9 million. As you can see, as the debt is going to be falling off based off of when that's issued, the city has done a wonderful job in keeping your debt repayment short. Whenever you've issued debt that's going to be supported by property taxes, you all have kept it at 20 years or less. And so this is reflected here. The bottom left side here, this is a factor that bond investors and rating agencies look at. They feel it's important how quickly you're paying off that debt. And so this reflects very well on the city of Corpus Christi. As you can see there, of the debt that we currently have outstanding, about 70% of that will be paid off in the first 10 years. This is a positive factor that rating agencies look upon when they analyze the city. The other graphs are just showing when some of this debt is going to be callable or eligible for refinancing, what type of interest rates those carry on those. And so our job as financial advisors is we monitor your debt profile for any refunding opportunities or refinancing opportunities and see if we could strategically pay this debt off sooner so that you could control your tax rate and also give yourself some capacity to address new funding for additional capital improvements. Before we go on to the combined utility system, on the next slide here is information with respect to the top 8 Texas cities. Thank you, Aaron. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. This is the tax rate here that we currently have as a city. Currently, rounding up, it's 60 cents per $100 valuation. 37.8 cents is utilized for maintenance and operation under state law. There's limitation as to how much you could increase that M&O tax rate. Debt service tax rate, the $500 million that we have outstanding, that is paid for utilizing an interest and sinking fund tax rate or your debt service tax rate of 22 cents. So overall, we have 60 cents. The bottom graph there, you can see in the last 5 years where the total tax rate has stood. In 2019, it was 65 cents for a 3-year period. In 2022, went down to 62 cents, and currently rounding up, we're at 60 cents. And so you can see the breakdown between those two tax rate components. On the next slide is the comparison of the top 8 Texas cities by population. You can see as Corpus Christi, we're number 8 when you compare us based off of population. But we wanted to show you how do we also compare based off of how much debt we have outstanding, what our property tax base is. And as you can see here, we wanted to also break it down between certificates of obligation, just because I know that is a topic of discussion, and some cities use them freer than other cities, and some cities may not use them as often. And so you can see there, City of Houston has a very minimal amount of debt. They just don't issue certificates of obligation. They probably just have everything voter authorized. And then you can see here other cities, they just have a mix of the usage of certificates of obligation. If you were to, if not including the City of Houston, because really they don't have any certificates of obligation outstanding compared to their whole debt profile, out of the remaining 7, we're probably about 4th place in terms of how much COs we have as compared to our general obligation debt. Again, about 18%. The heavy user is the city of El Paso. They're at close to 35%. Of their GO debt is designated under certificates of obligation. Also,
we should not interrupt, but we're right in the middle. There's 3 above the city that have more as a percentage, and 3 below us that have more COs as a percentage, less, I guess, COs as a percentage.
Yes, sir.
So we're kind of right in the middle of the 8 largest cities when you exclude Houston. 3 cities have more as a percentage, 3 have less as a percentage of overall. Mm-hmm. The city's right in the middle. Mm-hmm. That's that far right box up on the top screen there. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Victor.
And again, it's just really based on the city, what their comfort level is on the usage. Some try to minimize it, some don't. And so really just depending on, as a city, which direction you want to go in terms of the usage of COs. I'm not biased over one or the other. That's just a council decision that you make each year. The bottom.
One more question,
Yes,
Councilman Presley.
Okay, in looking at these comparisons, and I even looked at it last couple of days when I reviewed different, I'm surprised that our rating is not AAA. What do you think is the determining factor in why we're not?
A big factor, in my opinion, looking at it, is a lot of it has to do with our location. We're right on the coast, and a lot of times it's very difficult because they use that against us because we're prone to weather events that could impact our systems and our ability to generate revenues through taxes or utility system revenues. So,
but that seems to blow up the whole theory that, I know we had this at the county and we have it here at the city, where we maintain a fund balance that theoretically would carry, this entity for at least 3 months without having any revenue sources coming in. So I still don't understand why we're not receiving a better rating.
Yeah, and that's not to say that we can't ever get to that. Our goal is to always try to help our clients increase that credit rating. But right now, as far as us seeing it, I think that's a big contributing factor of it. In terms of where we're located. One of the other things that they continue to look at us for, and really impacts, if you look at the state of Texas, primarily communities that are in South Texas or border cities. One of the factors that rating agencies look at is our income levels of your residents. And so in South Texas, income levels tend to be lower than North Texas cities or Austin area. And so all these different factors contribute to the end rating result that they give you. So it's not one thing over the other, but it could be a combination of things.
Okay. But is it not true that the higher your credit rating, just like at a bank, the better interest rates you're going to get?
Yes, sir.
That is true. Yes, Councilman. Yeah, we'll get you from the last rating presentation, if you will, and credit score we got last June. We'll share those comments with you. And a lot of them, as Victor said, are out of our control. So it's the socio-economic conditions of the community based on location, income. Where we can make a difference is what this council and the staff has done a good job at, which is a strong management team, conservative budgeting, our planning, good operational procedures, and economic growth. Unfortunately, we get dinged for the things that we don't have extreme direct control over. That's,
Yeah, and I know, again, we did this at the county. We kind of had our financial advisors do a little roadshow with some of the underwriters to strengthen our credit rating, if you will, based on things we felt we were not getting credit for.
Yes, and so one of the first things when we were engaged by the city a year ago now is a few months after that, the city was preparing to issue debt, and so we worked with the city staff to invite the rating agencies here on site for presentations, and the mayor participated in those introductory presentations, and so that's something that we continue to do and assist the city as you're presenting this information. Our job is to try to put you in the best light to the rating agencies. With respect to roadshows and underwriters, the underwriters are tasked with offering you an interest rate, and so that's another area where we negotiate with them as well as you're issuing that debt.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman Hernandez.
This is just the tax-supported
Yes, sir.
one. This does not include revenue, the revenue bond one. Do you have a slide on that one, or are you going to combine it? Because even on our reporting on our website, which is very similar to the numbers you have here, minus the 360 million we authorized, is on a per capita basis $4,660 per person, based on the 2022 numbers of 317,773 people. Is that are those the numbers you're using?
The numbers that we're using here are just for your tax-supported debt.
No, I understand that.
Yes, sir, per capita.
So some cities don't have utility systems,
Correct,
right?
yes, sir.
So we have additional debt that we incur on top of that. So I don't think this is a great apples-to-apples comparison of all the debt that is sustained by the people of the city. So, I mean, this looks good, but I don't think it's reality.
So what we're here to present to you is a way the rating agencies and bond investors look at you. When they look at the debt, they're going to see what it's going to be secured by. In this case here, under this section, this is your general obligation or debt that's supported by
So is that
property
why
tax base.
our debt, I mean, our ratings for utility debt
Yes,
is
sir.
lower because of the higher per capita or the more debt that we incurred?
Primarily, it is due, and that's pretty common for Texas cities that have debt that's supported by your property tax and also debt that's supported by a utility system or enterprise system. Many times what we see with many of our clients, there's a discrepancy between those two ratings. Your general obligation or debt that's supported by property taxes tend to get a higher rating because property values are more secure. As Texas residents, we have to pay the property taxes due to the municipalities. The entities that have a utility system generally are going to be rated likely at least one notch below your property tax base supported debt. And the reason why is because those debt that's secured by your utility system, the sole revenue source that you're utilizing to repay that debt are going to be the operations of your system, of your utility system in this case. And so as a bond investor and bond rating agency, the tax base is going to be a more secure financing mechanism that we're going to use to repay that debt. So not just here in the city of Corpus Christi, but many entities throughout Texas and the country, if the debt is supported by property taxes, likely it's going to be rated higher because that revenue source is considered a lot safer and not subject to as much fluctuation as, let's say, your utility system revenue or even sales tax revenues, which tend to fluctuate more.
Okay, I understand what you're compartmentalizing based on how you're borrowing the money.
Yes, sir.
I understand
because that's
that.
the way we present it.
Right, and I guess it just, sometimes graphs can be deceiving in the sense of how you look at it. Even though it's truthful information, it just doesn't reflect all our debt on a per capita basis. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, we could follow up with additional information. We could distinguish which cities have their utility systems and which don't, and so we could provide that debt for you. But just looking on the tax base and what rating agencies look at on the debt per capita, you could see there where we stand compared to the other 7 cities. Any other questions before I move on?
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Use yours. To the same line of questioning that Councilman Hernandez was saying that about the graphs and how you present this. Just last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, we just approved another $550 million on the SWIFT loan. How does that affect this, what we're discussing now?
We're going to talk about that in the next section. So
Okay.
The city has a capital improvement list, basically, not just for the utility system, but for your other needs. And so the information reflected here, Ms. Campos, is the debt that's currently outstanding right now.
Mm-hmm.
What's not included yet is debt that we are planning to issue. We just haven't gone into the market and locked in the interest rate and finalized that repayment term for the city. But once that occurs, then we would obviously increase all these graphs that are associated here.
And like you just mentioned that the utility rate system does not rate as high as people that have property like these, since we're going to be, it looks like we're heading down that road that we're going to be, getting a loan evidently for almost $800 million. What were to happen if we didn't have the ratepayers to pay that loan? How would it have to come out of the general fund? I guess that's something you're going to be telling us or discussing? Or?
Yes, ma'am, and maybe we could
Okay.
segue over to the next slide.
Okay.
We could talk about the combined utility system, and we could continue that conversation. So here, the utility system does have more debt outstanding, just under really $1 billion when you consider that we have a contractual obligation with the Nueces River Authority for some debt that they've issued in the past. They'll be paid off here in 2027. That's considered an above-the-line repayment source, and it was not debt directly issued by the city. So currently, the debt that's been issued by the city that's currently outstanding is $976 million. So any additional debt that's being planned to support the needs for the utility system will go on top of this. And so when we're getting to that stage, we're issuing debt, we look at the repayment schedule that's here in the middle left side and see how are we going to fit this new debt in as compared to the current rate structure you have. And so before we issue any debt, we need to demonstrate to the rating agencies and the bond investors that we could afford to repay this debt. So the information, again, that you see here is just debt that has been issued and debt that's on the books currently. Right now, that principal is $976 million for the combined utility system. As the city continues moving forward with its funding needs for the utility system, as that debt is needed and as that debt is issued, we have to perform an analysis to demonstrate to the rating agencies and the bond investors that we could afford that debt. But it will require, on an annual basis now, the city's council's review and potential adjustment to your rate structure, depending on how this debt is going to be fit in over time.
Well, I had asked our city manager what were to happen, because right now we're still looking at Title VI. We're still looking over obstacles that will or might prevent us from going forward with this desalination. What would happen to those loans? What would what would we as a city be obligated to pay now? Or at what point do we say, okay, we've got these obstacles, and if, let's say, the federal government, it favors our Hillcrest neighborhood, what happens to all that money? How do we pay it back?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, you did ask me a question before that, you reminded me of it. So the debt that you see here, the utility system debt, whenever that's issued, the security or the repayment source is going to be the revenue that you generate from that utility system. And so going in, the rating agencies and the bond investors know that, and so legally when they buy this type of debt, they have no recourse on you to utilize your property taxes in order to repay that debt. And so this goes hand in hand with why revenue bonds tend to be maybe one notch lower than debt that's secured by your property taxes. So anytime debt is issued utilizing your utility system revenues, you're making a promise to the investors of those bonds that you're going to do what it takes to ensure they're repaid the principal and interest that are due on those bonds by adjusting the rate structure of the city to support those bonds that you have outstanding. You promise the investors that you would pay them back. If you aren't able to pay that debt, and we've not had any clients that have gone into the situation, the city would default, but a lot of times there's mechanisms and reserve funds to prevent that. However, before we actually even issue the debt, there's a deeper analysis done and a rate structure that's utilized or potentially adjusted in order to, again, demonstrate to the bond investors and bond rating agencies that the debt that we're incurring anew, we could afford as a city, even though it's only going to be repaid by utility system revenues.
Well, on that note, we still don't really know a final figure because it keeps going up, like everything, every single day. So it worries me that if we're not able to get everything that we need to move on that Hillcrest, desalination project, that we will be locked into something that we're not going to be able to afford.
Yes, ma'am, that's a valid concern. And so with respect to the debt on the desalination plant, and everything's still preliminary because the city is still going through the Texas Water Development Board to secure additional funding for that. Right now, the plan is not to issue all the debt all at once. It's going to occur over time as you're able to fit in and afford that debt. So again, it's not going to be issued all at once. It's going to be a matter of years, not only to construct that project and complete it, but also to fund it and finance it. So because of that, we never really issue the debt all at once. It's going to happen over a course of time in order to allow that new debt issuance to match the rate structure that the city is going to have to place in order to afford it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So here is the debt, and if you go to the next slide, not all of it is supporting water projects. Here's a pie graph regarding the current debt that's outstanding right now, close to $1 billion. About 44% of that is for water projects. We have wastewater, about 29%, stormwater, 22%, and gas, about 5% currently. So again, not all the debt that we have outstanding is supporting water projects. It's for other systems within that project. If you go to the next slide. This is a slide that we previously shared. What the bond investors expect is that we operate an efficient system that is able to generate enough revenues to first and foremost operate and maintain your system. The way these revenue bonds work is that we're making a promise to the investors that the net revenues that we generate from that system after we take care of our system to operate it is going to be enough to repay that debt. And so this is just what we call the flow of funds, and this is what we base the next slide on. Again, this is just a bullet point summary regarding the expectations that bond investors have and bond rating agencies have. You go to the next slide, please. There we go. And so the bonds that were issued by the utility system, they're secured by what we call net revenues. The bond investors want us to first take care of the system that we have now, and then after that, whatever's left over will be devoted for the repayment of principal and interest on your outstanding debt. What we promise the bond investors is that whenever we issue debt, and the debt that we have outstanding right now is that that net revenue is going to be at least 1.15 times the amount of annual principal and interest payments that we have to have. So basically, the net revenues have to be in excess of the debt service. And there's a threshold that we use, and this is what we call a debt service coverage ratio. And so this is a model that we run whenever you're thinking about issuing new debt that's going to be supported by your combined utility system. And it basically judges how much we could afford utilizing that ratio. Because again, that ratio is based on a covenant that we made with the existing bondholders and the covenant or promise that we're making with the new bondholders from your utility system. So that's a ratio that's key and important as we continue working to see the needs for the city and incurring additional debt. That's the key ratio that we look at to determine affordability.
Mayor, can Director? Okay, so, just for clarity, so people understand how this ratio is attained, let's use water, because you base it on the sale on the utilities, or do you use it as a combined utility for repayment?
The bond promises we have, it's a combined utility system. So whenever we issue bonds, it's based off of your combined system.
So our annual debt service, which we budget in on an annual basis for our entire combined utility system, what is that? How we get to the ratio and what we're basing it on is our combined debt service from the utility system. You have to have 1.15 times that in revenues in order to have the bond rating you're looking for, right?
Yes, sir. And I was just looking at that model. So we run a very detailed debt service coverage model looking at that ratio because we need to demonstrate to the bond investors that we are not going to go below that ratio because that's going to impact, number one, the rating that the rating agency incurs or sets on us. And also, if bond investors see that we're getting pretty close to that debt service coverage ratio. That's going to impact their decision as to what type of interest rate they're willing to lend you to repay that debt. 1 second, sir. I have a multitude of... here we go. So currently, the existing debt service that we have on the books, currently for this fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, the debt service or principal and interest payments that's due this year is $71.9 million.
And that's just for utilities, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the combined system, yes, sir, for utilities. That's
Okay,
exactly
so
right.
we have to multiply that number by 1.15 in
Yes,
terms
sir.
of what our revenues are for the entire utility system.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. Currently, we are in excess of that. We're about 1.4 to 1.5 times, and so we're
Right.
in excess of the 1.5.
I mean, the threshold is pretty low, right?
Yes, yeah. And that was set by the city many years ago, that threshold that you use. Typically, we see anywhere from 1.1 to 1.4 in that range, depending on, when the city started issuing utility system revenue bonds, because it's a city decision as to that debt service coverage ratio that you utilize. This is currently the one that we have.
Right, so, and for the city manager, do we, or our CFO, do we currently have a policy in place as to what our ratio should be?
I think, we don't have one. We don't have adopted one, but we have a goal that we use. Right, there's none adopted in the financial policies that the council adopts, but we do have.
See where
that
I'm going
goal.
with this, right?
Yeah, we can work on it this year if the council desires.
And beyond policy, Councilman, the 1.15, that's really a promise that's been made to the existing bondholders and future bondholders if you maintain that. And
Correct,
so,
and the only way to maintain it is through revenue, right? And
Yes,
the revenue
exactly right.
is through ratepayers, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
That's
Exactly
that's
right.
what I meant. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And so again, that's what we look at. We use this big model here to demonstrate. And so, yes, decisions we'll have to make.
I'm trying to make it clear for those who may not be in the financial industry or not understand it, to where we're looking at what it is, what we're looking at, what our limits are, where
Yes,
we
sir.
have thresholds and that kind of stuff. So
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to kind of clear that up.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I apologize. I'm talking quick because I think
It's
I
okay.
don't know if there's
It's
a
okay.
fatigue
Go
of me
ahead.
talking already here. So I just want to get to the point there.
So sometimes you don't, you live it. You don't
Yes.
necessarily know that you're explaining it the way you live it. It doesn't, to somebody who doesn't understand it, you're maybe using terms that are, or information that you think is common knowledge, but it's not.
Oh, yes.
So,
No, I
understand.
recognize that. Yes, sir.
Thank
I
you.
definitely know my audience. And so just moving on from here, any other questions before we move on for the utility system and coverage? Great. Okay, thank you. We're almost done here. And so the last one is Marina debt. We have $1.3 million. This is going to be paid off here in 2030, and so that'll be off the books. And so if you go to the next slide, please. Some of the fundamental things that we look at as financial advisors to the city, and the city continues to do also, is that whenever we issue debt, we obviously do not want to have the economic life of the project that we're financing to exceed the debt repayment term. We try to keep it under that. What we'll continue to do, and the city has done in the past, is continue to use conservative tax and revenue projections as we're modeling out the potential inclusion of new debt. And we do this on an annual basis for the city. We review your bond capacity and also your debt capacity with respect to your utility system. Right now, the goal of the city has been to maintain a stable interest and sinking fund tax rate of 22 cents in order to allow you the opportunity to afford future capital improvement needs. We'll have a deeper discussion on that March 19th when you see me again as we talk about that further and let you know what that capacity currently is. We want to maintain our debt service coverage ratios that we talked about, and also any reserves that we have that's supporting debt. The new thing that you all decided this last budget cycle is that on an annual basis now you're going to look at your utility system revenue structure or rate structure and then make the necessary decisions to be able to afford additional debt plans or capital improvement plans. And so that's something that is new or going to be reintroduced to the city to be looked at on an annual basis. Also, we're all talking here about new debt. We also look at opportunities to potentially refinance debt. Right now, the interest rate environment hasn't been amenable to that. But the other thing that we continue to have conversations with the staff is that it's always nice to refinance debt, but you're not, when you refinance it, you're just changing a higher interest rate for a lower interest rate and getting that savings. We're looking at hopefully strategically using maybe some excess revenues that we have or some reserves to not refinance debt, but let's just pay it off and get those off the books so that we get that interest savings for your taxpayers or rate system payers, and then also afford you the opportunity to generate what we call bond capacity or available space that you could access to devote for new capital improvements that you have planned currently.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. By the way, once you got to the meat of it, great presentation, much better than the last time we were up here, and I apologize. Constance, thank you for all the information you sent me. The only reason wasn't necessarily that I didn't want to hear your beautiful presentation, it's that I have to listen to what they put on the agenda all the time, so if I'm going to put it on, I want it to be quick.
Yes.
Especially our financial guru over here, Councilman Hernandez. And I could ask this question to the bankers, but I already have, and they've already given me pretty good answers to this. When do you think we are going to see interest rates be more favorable to us in the future?
Can you tell me what they said first? Or
it's going to be a while.
I say that because my crystal ball with interest rates or the economy is pretty foggy. And all I know is just what I read on the economy is that, right now they're definitely probably leveling off and potentially going to go down. We're in an interesting dynamic here, Councilman Hunter, in that short-term interest rates, right now you'll have pools of money that you're investing, and you're probably getting in excess of 5% on that investment of funds that you're investing. Right now, us issuing 20 or 30-year municipal debt, we're looking at long-term interest rates. Those, in the past few months, have softened and gotten better. We actually are able to borrow 20-year or 30-year loans at a lesser amount than the investment rate that you're getting, way less than 5%. Last week, for another client, we sold a 30-year bond, and that interest rate was 4% fixed. So it's a strange, kind of dynamic. Everything we hear in the news, they're only talking about short-term interest rates that are 5%. What's happening in the municipal bond world, it doesn't necessarily coincide one-on-one with any increases or decreases that the Federal Reserve might do. Right now, for our clients, when we go into the bond market, we're locking in and focused only on long-term interest rates, and those have been attractive currently. But what they're going to do by the time we sell bonds later on this year, I don't know, but when we plan, we're conservative, and we add a pretty good cushion in there just to be conservative. But that's all to say that I really don't know what interest rate's going to. I think, they're going to, everything.
Nobody really does, right?
No, sir, yes.
So, but we can all agree that they won't be at 1%.
No.
Ever again, probably.
I don't know about ever again. I think, a lot of times.
Maybe not in my lifetime.
Yeah, a lot of times interest rates aren't only decided based off what's happening in the economy, but a lot of times things like pandemics happen, where interest rates were, went up and then went down to historic levels. So it's just a matter of things. I just, when you talk about that far in terms of lifetime, my crystal ball is pretty foggy.
Sure. So, Constance, if you could keep us aware in the future, because now I have to tell Councilman Hernandez that I won't be voting on any more certificates of obligation unless they are an emergency. But thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Council, for willing to look at this.
Yes, sir. The final slide here is just, you'll see me next March 19th. At that time, the goal of the staff is to present to you the financing needs for this current fiscal year. And then, we'll bring up certificates of obligation likely. And then we'll also talk about what your capacity is if you're thinking about pursuing a November 2024 bond program or bond election again. We'll visit with you and let you know what your capacity level is if you want to keep your INS tax rate the same and not increase it to support those programs.
Right, can I just repeat that? So there'll be two presentations on the 19th, our first meeting in March. The first will be authorization to issue debt that's already approved in the capital budget. And so that'll be a presentation on that. The budget the council approved last summer and last fall will issue the debt for those projects, and that will be part one of the presentation by Victor. And then part two, as you can see here, is a presentation of the recommended, what we're going to recommend for the bond size, how much we can have in the bond, bond 24. We'll make that recommendation on the 19th as well, the size of the bond. The last couple of bonds have been, first one in 2020 was 75 million, the 2022 was 125 million. And we'll make a recommendation for the 2024 bond on the 19th with Victor's help.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, capacity, that's a good term. And that's, on your next presentation, and Peter, I don't know where you want to mail us in, that's what I want to see.
Yes, sir.
I want to see capacity.
Yeah. We won't talk about bond.
And I'm not talking just about our 2024 bond that we're going to be getting into, but we all know what we're talking about here with this desalination debt, and I want to know what, how that's going to be structured, what the capacity is to carry that in years based on what our estimated projections are for revenue with rate increases and all that. The public needs to know that information. So we need to divulge what our capacity is going to be to carry that debt, minus any bond, not bonds, but grants. That's the word I was looking for. Any grants or anything of that nature that we might obtain. So that's going to be very important information. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Victor, thank you.
one last thing, and this may also be coincide with our rate modeling for rates is associated with this because it's a revenue issue, right?
Yes.
So you have to know what the revenue is in terms of your capacity. So for every dollar that increases within the rate structure should correspond to a certain amount of money in revenue, right? So we have to understand how that all looks with regard to, because we've changed from a 2-year model to an annual model. So I want to make sure that we're understand the coverage and what that does to rates.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Victor, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And we look forward to March 19th. That's going to be a critical, informative meeting.
That'll be our next presentation. I just want to point out that in the presentation that is given to the council and that's made available to the public, on slides 16 and 17 is the complete listing of all the debt that the city has. It's a very nice report. There's another one, smaller one, just for the marina debt on page 18, that it lists the debt, when we issued it, the amount that was borrowed, the amount that is outstanding still, and a few other notes as well. So on 2 pages, all the city's debt, the loans we've taken out to date has been included in the material. It's available to the public, and just with our transparency protocols, we just want to point that out.
Right. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Victor, thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me.
Yes, sir. So what we're going to do now is we are going to break for lunch, but before we do that, and then as soon as we come back, we will have item number 5, which is our type A sales tax renewal briefing and council discussion. What I'd like to do now is pass our consent agenda, pull any items, and then after lunch, we'll also address those. So with that, do we have any requests from a council member to pull any items 6 through 26 for individual consideration? Number 22. Okay, number 22.
Mayor, I'd ask to pull number 17.
Number 17.
And Mayor, we communicated with the council yesterday, but we're going to take off this agenda or pull from this agenda number 7 and bring it back at a future date. That's for the Homewood Suites, the grant that we had on the agenda. So we're going to remove it from today's agenda, and we'll talk to the council about when we bring it back.
Thank you. Are there any other items in addition to item number 22 and 17 that you'd like to pull for individual consideration?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Before I do that, is there anyone in the public that would like to pull an item? Okay, there being no one, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So when we return, we will have the council discussion on type A sales tax, and then we'll go into items number 22 and number 17.
Mayor, we have
We
executive
are-
session also.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
about to
ma'am.
go there.
Thanks.
So the council's also going to go into executive session on item number 32 and 33 per Texas Government Code section 551.071 and 551.087. Thank you, and we will return. Okay. Are we on? Yeah. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we left off item number 5, which is under our briefings, Type A sales tax renewal briefing and council discussion.
Right. Mayor, I'm going to present this presentation. And the purpose of this really is to have a council discussion. So the presentation is just to help set some framework. And ultimately, this is the first step in reconsidering the Type A sales tax reauthorization. And that first step begins with the City Council. You'll see in the presentation, we do have a recommended program to have a lot of engagement in the community, as we've heard from some of our speakers this morning. So just some quick background on the current Type A sales tax. We do have 2 1/8 cent sales tax venues that can be reauthorized. And we're getting a little feedback in the microphone for the AV folks, but it was approved, both of them were approved by voters in November of 2000. So they were approved for a 25-year term. If we can go to the next slide, so we can see this, slide 2. And both are overseen by what is known as the Corpus Christi Business and Job Development Corporation, Type A Board of Directors. It's a 7-member board who is appointed by the City Council. So looking at the 2, the Arena 1/8 cent was authorized for arena debt service for capital projects at just the arena, and then for operational needs of the arena. It is set to expire because of the collections this September. And both of these 1/8 cents in today's dollars is about $8 million annually. The Seawall 1/8 cent was authorized for seawall debt service, capital projects, and other operational needs, and it expires 6 months after the September 25 timeframe based on the debt issuance, and so its expiration is March of 2026. This next chart here shows us really when you could consider an election. And so if you start in the far left and then we'll go to the far right, the far left shows the expiration dates of the 2. So the arena sales tax would expire this September. And you can see the next level down, the blue boxes there. The seawall would expire in March of 2026. So if you look at the green and red arrows, that tells us when we could do an election. So for the arena, we have 2 choices, knowing that the May election is out. And so the November 2024 election, this November, is a possibility, as is the May election. You can see the expiration would be before the November election next year in 26, or 25, I mean. So on the seawall, we have 3 choices. We have this November, then you could consider something in May of 25 or November of 25. You can see the 2 arrows are in green. Based on just initial kind of debrief conversations with stakeholders and city council members, I think the majority of the persons I've spoken with, and it hasn't been a concerted effort, but most of the people I've spoken with have said November 2024 for both of these 1/8 cents would be the best idea. But you can see there's other choices, and there's going to be time to discuss those. So speaking of engagement on this next slide, again, this is not an organized or a meticulous engagement session. These are just debriefs mostly from the election of last November. Since that time, we've obviously talked to the council. We've had meetings with and have talked to others and other business, and this has come up. So that includes Visit Corpus Christi, includes our own managing partner at the Convention Center, OVG 360. We have talked to the Marina Advisory Committee, City Council appointed Marina Advisory Committee, the Buccaneers Commission, and Johnny Filippello was here today, so we had a chance to speak with him. We've spoken with the Chamber of Commerce, lead, their CEO, Al Ariola. We've spoken with the Black Chamber of Commerce as well. I personally met, and I know many of you have, with David Loeb, former council member, and regent, board regent at the Del Mar College, but we spoke to him more as a layperson and just a community leader. And then we've spoken with RGB Hospitality, and then also ZJZ Hospitality as well, 2 big hotelier groups here in Corpus Christi. So on the next slide, based on those conversations that we've had, and again, this is not the list, this is just to get the conversation started with the City Council. These are things that people have told me about, and people include, and most importantly, City Council members in my one-on-one briefings that I had with the council. So some of the possible conversations that council has had and others have had with me include we could continue the 1/8 cent just for the arena. Another option is you could expand it to include not only the arena, but the convention center and the Selena Auditorium. Other people have said, forget about anything to do with the arena and the ABC Center, but do it on something that has a more broad-based community appeal, like regional parks. And you can see 8 of them are listed there, 2 on the island, Bill Witt, Cole Park, Labonte, Parker, Salinas, and Westcouth. And some of the things you could consider include swimming pools and community centers, parking lots and road construction, say at Bill Witt, enhancing the amphitheater and outdoor bathrooms at Cole Park. These are just ideas on how the funds could be used if the community wanted to move in this direction. Swimming pool facilities at Westcouth and extra large shade structures. Those are just some examples. The same type of concept was discussed to me when we look at community-wide appeal. So projects within the city's area development plans is another concept to consider for this type A 1/8 cent. That's what some of the stakeholders have told me so far. And so we know we have 9 area development plans in our city. Those are developed by our planning department with broad-based community input. And of those 9 area development plans, 8 plans are adopted by City Council, and one final one is being finalized now, the Bayside plan. So there are 9 plans out there by and large. And they do have a real wide reach and kind of an eclectic list of projects that you could use moving forward in this sales tax venue if there was a sign to this. So things like Shoreline Boulevard alignment for the downtown ADP, or Water Street improvements. Salinas Park improvements is in the West Side ADP. Sports field improvements at Greenwood. These are all projects that are in these area development plans. Lavola Creek, that came up today, but having amenities on that system. The West Side Area Development Plan had things like Holly Road Extension. The South Side Plan had things like Oso Bay Creek Trail improvements, or the Oso Creek Trail also was in London, the London Area Development Plan. And the Flower Bluff Plan, Laguna Madre, Dimmitt Pier Trail design or trail connectivity. Pedestrian, bike, and safety improvements, that's on the Island Area Development Plan. The Northwest Area Development Plan has things like Labonte Park or Westcouth Park improvements. And then the draft Bayside Plan has things like Bronner Parkway trail design and construction, Swanton Park water sports launch. So these area development plans, we don't see them every day, but they do have a lot of potential projects that the community has weighed in on. And that's why that was a recommendation made by one of our community leaders to consider for the 1/8 cent. And then finally, arterial roads and collector streets is something that was raised as well, I believe, by council members as a potential use. So as we work with the community and the council, the consensus could be pick 1 or 2 of these, you combine some, or you just focus it all on area development plan projects, or all on roads, or a combination thereof. So this just gives you some initial concepts. When we go to the next slide, this one here is a little out of order, but, actually, this is in order. So to put people's anxiousness at ease, if we did not put that 1/8 cent to the convention center, whether it's the arena, the Selena, or the convention center proper, would there be enough money to support the renovation, not a massive expansion, but the renovation, fixing the roof, putting in chillers? And so we put this material in here just to remind the city council and the community that we do have funds, our hotel occupancy tax fund, that could be the substitute for that 1/8 cent that's used today. Not to say it should be or it would be, but it could be. And so currently we collect $21.5 million in our hotel occupancy tax fund. And it's broken down into 2 percentages. We collect 7% for tourism, beach maintenance, and several art programs. And then 2% was added in recent time, and that was for the American Bank Center complex. So our total 9% that the city has disposal to is $21.5 million. We can reevaluate how we're using those funds and put more of them into the convention center complex and reprioritize some of the other expenditures that are in there today. We can assign those to the general fund that would free up some of the HUT funds for the American Bank Center. We could issue debt against this if we wanted to do something more quickly at the American Bank Center in terms of a quicker renovation. But we know we have close to $60 million in deferred needs. That's in a report that was recently commissioned. So I'm here to say that the HUT fund is a good alternative to the sales tax. And just to let everybody know that if we didn't use the 1/8 cent and the sales tax, we wouldn't be in a massive bind. We would reprioritize how we use the HUT funds. So on this next slide is the other 1/8 cent. That's the one where one of our speakers today said this one's a little more, actually this one here is a little more cut and dry, a little more easy. I think of all the people I've talked to since November, is strong consensus amongst the council and the community to keep this 1/8 cent for seawall and other coastal-wide flooding defense, coastal defense. So the seawall flood control structure is what people have said should be in the 1/8 cent, and that would just include the flood control structure, so not the buildings that have been eligible under recent interpretation. So that wouldn't include the marina, the art museum, the art center, or other public facilities on the seawall, much like we did with the council on the current, on Proposition A. We had a really well-defined article of what was the seawall, and we mapped it out well. So similarly, that could be done here. The majority of everybody I talked to said, let's do that, but then let's also add other flood control projects citywide to make that an eligible use. And so when we think of our city, just about every area of our city has flooding issues. If you start from North Beach, downtown, the south side, the island, and so coastal-wide flooding defense also would be an eligible use if the council wanted to in this area. So we talked today here with the public, and if we go to the next slide about term, and everybody knows, and we know already, that you really probably need a term, right, Councilman Hunter? Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor. Can you go back one slide?
Yes, sir.
You didn't, the Marine Art Museum Art Center. What were we saying about that?
I was saying that the council members that spoke to me on using the 1/8 cent for flood control said do not make eligible the use of this monies for these facilities as they are today. Mm-hmm. So today in the current 1/8 cent.
Even though.
The marina was.
Even though all those except for one are actually on the legal definition of the seawall?
Yeah, for today, right, today's definition based on the 2000.
They're already included.
Yeah, but.
So we're talking about removing.
Right.
And changing the definition.
Right. And we're not saying this is what we're going to do. This is what council members who have weighed in on this
What we have had in the state law since 1920, we're going to change.
No, not
The state
necessarily.
gave us 512 acres of what the definition of the seawall is, and we're going to change that.
Well, I think
And be careful with that.
consider, Councilman Hunter, let's not, we're not going, this is just a discussion.
Telling you what
But
people
I
told me.
agree, I'm
Yeah.
not necessarily in favor, but it's something that has been brought to
Yeah.
your attention by.
I'm repeating what people have told me. This is not
Okay.
a staff recommendation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're almost done. Mayor, I just have 2 more slides, and then we'll talk, just if I can
All right,
maybe
go
get through
ahead.
just 2 more slides.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the term, so we have 2 here that we have talked to the council and others about. So you could do a 10-year term, would be a more, narrow program. If we wanted to use any of these 1/8 cents to issue debt, probably a 20-year term would be better if we wanted to bond against some of the sales tax. 20-year debt is what we normally issue. Okay, so in the last slide, these are the next steps. So again, for the community and the council, this is a conversation with the city council. It is step 1. Everything I mentioned has been kind of just the closeout of Prop A. We've obviously talked and have meetings with people, and so that's kind of a summary of what kind of the outfall from the Prop A was. But the next steps include today's city council input session. After today, we'll add more stakeholder input sessions. We'll have more hotelier input from the community. We know there's more than one hotelier here. Listening to every one of them is something we want to do. We have an opportunity for some community input meetings at the same time when we're out in the community on Bond 2024. And so these dates are pretty specific here because that's the bond calendar. We can do a simultaneous meeting, get bond input, and then also this type A input as well if we wanted, or set up additional meetings. There would be community-wide meetings, and then we'll do engagement through surveys, use of social media, and so on. So these are some initial next steps. And Mayor, that concludes kind of just a quick overview of where we are with this. We'll turn it over to you for conversation.
Great, thank you. Councilman Roy.
But before we get into discussion about this, I want to make sure I'm clear on something. You know, we were awarded under the House bill, and I just forgot this, what's the House bill that we were awarded those monies from at the state level?
Yeah. What is it called? The project finance zone?
Yes.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
2 mile radius, $300 million.
Yes, sir. Right.
I think it's been apparent that we're not planning on doing a hotel, convention hotel.
Right.
And if I go back and I look at the catalyst in terms of what was used to really come out with this Prop A, that money was going to be used for a good portion of the hotel convention center.
Right.
If we do not do the hotel convention center, do we have a mechanism where we can use those funds?
Yes, we do, Councilman. So that'll be a subsequent meeting we'll bring back to the council. The legislation still applies to us, and the possibility of using state hotel occupancy taxes through the PFZ still exists. What we have to do is declare a project.
Right. So the reason why I'm bringing up that now, because I think that we have to understand the possibility in terms of what we could do with those funds. Because right now, I think you alluded to the fact that you may have a few council members that say, well, okay, we don't want to do anything with the Civic Center or the American Bank or Saline Auditorium.
Right.
So I just want everybody to keep in mind that we do have those source of funds that we may also be able to put to good use before we start thinking, and so that we can make sure we look at the big picture.
Good point, Councilman. Yes, sir.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you. On this, before we get started.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Could y'all bring the slide presentation back up, please? And go forward, forward. Let's see. Get back up one. Okay. Well, yeah, here. I just want to say, and Peter, I know we're at the beginning of this, we got a long way to go.
Right.
But I just want to reiterate something that I said back when we did the original Prop A.
Right.
If we make this too complicated, people are going to vote against it.
Right.
They just will. Because if they don't understand it, the easy answer is no.
Right.
So we have to keep this simple.
I agree.
We start getting all this, a park here and a park there and this and that and this, people are just going to say no.
Yeah.
And so, but I do want to go to the next slide, please.
Okay.
Keep going. Yeah, this one. So I think one of these needs to be dedicated to the complex. And when I'm talking about the complex, doesn't the art museum belong to us, the building and facility?
All these buildings belong to us that are on the slide, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the air conditioning system just cratered there, and we now have an emergency air conditioning system plugged into it because we have no other way to get air conditioning there,
That's
correct?
right, Councilman, yes, sir.
Okay. So that complex includes the art museum, the science museum, ABC Center, the arena, Harbor Playhouse, which ought to be getting some funding. It's our building. The water fountain. Pardon? Whatever you want to call it. The big hole with the money in it. All that whole complex ought to be supported by this. And just keep, and the seawall and the coastal defense, all of that, that's very simple to understand.
Yeah.
And that gets the funding that we need to support that facility, and it also gets us the matching money to match what Councilman Roy was talking about, the state funds that can come in from their state hotel motel tax to help fund these facilities. So we can make these first-class, well-maintained facilities. Because none of them now meet that criteria. None of them are first-class, none of them are well-maintained. So that's all I'm going to say, but I'm going to tell you, if you make this complicated, it will fail again. And if it does, and I'm over at the county, we're going to be ready to pounce.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that point is understood, Peter. I think your team has understands that this has to be, it is just going to be completely different and very simple and easy to understand. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Peter, there's a lot of information we still need to have in terms of this, and I agree. I have to say I agree with Councilman Pusley in terms of what the convention center complex should include. That should include the Art Museum, the Science Museum, the Harvard Playhouse, as well as the Asian Cultures Museum, because there's all our buildings and property that we have needs on, but no money assigned, not even any really CIP projects assigned to them either. But I know they have lots of needs, and there's really no funding associated with it. Also, the water garden, since we're spending, I don't know, $10 million on getting it up and running, we should make sure that we take care of it. So that needs to be into consideration. I don't know if you want to include the diaper pond, but the
The one that has been running nonstop for just 2 years now.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what else to call it. The Bayfront Park Pond, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
Water
That's
feature.
a much better term.
The water feature.
Yeah.
But we also need to understand what exactly our costs are, right?
Right.
Because we know what it is for the arena and for the convention center, including the Salina Auditorium. But if we really have to understand what the total cost is for it and what revenue is associated with it. The 2% of the hot tax, I believe, is $6.14 million a year from that $21 million.
It's about 4.7 million, Councilman.
4.7?
The budget for '24 is, the one we approved is 4.7 million is the estimate.
Okay, so then what is our state hot tax revenue?
Right.
We don't know. I know
state
we throw a $300 million amount around, but I want to know what that's on a yearly basis. We also, and what that would be assigned to.
Right.
We have the 1/8 cent sales tax for the arena fund that I'm assuming would be coming in terms of revenue, plus also the revenue that is generated by the convention center and arena by itself.
Right.
And what our costs are associated with, so you can have a good, big picture of what that is, including the museums, the Harvard Playhouse, whatever our overall costs are, what our costs for repairs. I know there was a $63 million estimate on the repairs for the convention center and the arena. I don't know what the costs are for estimates for the Science Museum, I know there's a lot of issues there. I don't know what we still have now we have the AC issue at the Art Museum, whatever the Harvard Playhouse is. I know they're tied into the chiller at the convention center. So there's a lot of information that we'll need to have to see what that is before we determine a time frame and what that looks like. You can also put in the caveat that no sales tax will be used for any hotel. You could use a state hot tax for that, right? Or if you want to do something along those lines.
Right.
But I think you really should have the buy-in of all the hoteliers in town to understand what that looks like and have them have the opportunity to also compete for that, for those projects, right? If there is one. So I agree with that 1/8 cents, and they should be, from my perspective, they should say separate.
Yeah, okay.
The seawall fund, and I know I've said this several times, it should be repurposed for a flood mitigation fund, not necessarily changing the definition of the seawall, but just for flood mitigation, and I guess you refer to it as coastal defense. But we have a lot of upward pressure on our stormwater utility fee. If we can combine that into our stormwater and have large projects associated with it, we can probably reduce our upward pressure on our stormwater utility fee that is, I believe, programmed to go up for the next several years.
Right.
So, and everybody would get advantage of that sales tax.
Right.
In that scenario. So that's the direction I'd like to see us go in. to Councilman Pusley's point, keep it simple. 2 separate fees, flooding, convention center complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Peter, were we looking at separating the chillers and AC units from, the way they are now, they're all connected?
The chiller, yes, we are. The
Or we're looking
engineer's
at-
recommendation is to decouple them all.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So we're recommending that as well. It's a kind of a dated
Right.
system.
Yeah, it is.
So
Right.
the art museum and the memo's coming out, and I did communicate with the council via text, but that one would decouple first because the 20-year-old chiller that broke down, we might as well do the whole project, do it right, rather than putting in a smaller chiller and waiting to decouple and then getting rid of that and putting in a bigger one. So we're going to decouple that one with this project using available funds that we have.
Right. Very
But
good.
the other buildings, as to Hernandez's point, have to be decoupled as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Agree. No, I think we need to. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very quick. To quote Councilman Pusley's favorite speaker, I do think that we need to have a cutoff date.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different groups that will agree with that.
We do, yeah.
I like the citywide flood resistance. I think that's a good new idea, as long as it fits what you wrote in the presentation. It has to be economic development. That was kind of the purpose of this whole thing when it was started 25 years ago.
Right.
And I think if we can tie in maybe even, what's the name of the houses over here?
Oh, Heritage.
Heritage
Center, yeah.
Heritage Park. It's within the 2-mile radius, and that's another group that's having a lot of trouble maintaining, so.
Okay. That would be in the convention
Okay.
center complex kind of description, the Heritage Park.
Yeah.
That's it.
Councilman Roy.
Asian Museum.
We wrote that. Councilman Roy.
So I want to clarify one thing. I think under the definition, under the first proposition A, we redefined the seawall to take away the North Beach portion of that, correct? Didn't we?
The North Beach portion?
Of the seawall. We basically excluded that, right?
Well, I don't think the North Beach was in there. Coming
It
around
was
the-
never included.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever included. Yeah.
So it was potentially going to be included. All I know is it was excluded.
Right.
Does that make sense in terms of when we talk about redefining the seawall to include it now and probably looking at some other areas?
Well,
Well,
if
it wouldn't be
we- if
redefining
we-
the seawall.
If we don't need to, what we could do, which is what was suggested, is, I think Councilman Pusley said, no, Hernandez, make it a flood mitigation.
Okay.
That way, we're
And then-
able
That would
to
include
go
North Beach.
South side, you're able to go
Okay.
North Beach, you're able to go McGee.
And that in itself will make it.
Exactly,
Yeah, okay.
eligible.
And I will also say one other thing. I was a big proponent during Prop A of the airline.
Oh, right.
And, we do want to keep it simple. And I do believe the simpler we make this, the easier it's going to be. But I also think that if we do get something that the community is in agreement with, then it's going to free up other monies that we can look at projects like that. I don't think these projects I'm still passionate about, but I agree. This has to be simple. This has to be where people understand and they can look right at it and go, okay, yeah, this does not include a hotel, and this is what it does include, and we make it.
Right. And you're absolutely right. And remember, it was said by Johnny Filippello, 75% roughly of the people that visit our American, our local, our American Bank Center, our local people. They're all of us and our families and friends. And so the visibility of the improvements is going to be huge because you're going to see that. And so we're, reinvesting in what we have that needs to upgrade. I think you're right. The other things is parks too. And I'd like to suggest that we consider the regional parks are extremely important, But I also believe that people, your investment in your home, many times people they have their young families, your neighborhood parks to see, and I don't know how we do it, again, keeping things simple, but your neighborhood parks need to be, we need to invest in them. They're not, necessarily, where they should be at all.
We agree.
And your greatest investment is, down the street. So I'd just like to suggest that. Who else? Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, for pointing that out and bringing that out about the parks. I completely agree with you. I had reached out to Councilman Roy about, the park is not even in my district, but I know about it because I keep up from time to time with the volunteers that volunteer at the Blucher Park. Blucher Park is one of those parks that is really world renowned for bringing in, our birds, our bird community, our ecotourism. So, you're right about our parks. There are some special parks that just need, some extra TLC. But to that point, there's also parks that, around, of course, my district, which includes our pool and our Carroll Lane park that we just adopted. We're installing finally, some lighting, but, all that, of course, requires the pool, it's Collier Pool, I'm sorry, just blanked out, but Collier Pool Park. And but the other parks, there's so many that I think would encourage, economic development. I agree. The other that I would, and this may be out in left field, but I know that you're a big proponent of, helping our homeless, but that too, not having a sustainable amount of money going into actually getting housing for our homeless or could incentivize economic development because, the people would actually be off the streets, hopefully be able to get a job and not be a hindrance to businesses around our city. So that too, I hope that maybe, some people are listening and maybe seeing the possibility that if we could have a dedicated fund, like I think a lot of the successful actually cities that are gaining some traction on homelessness, have that. And we're just not there yet. And I would love for our community to consider that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Councilman Roy prefaced the entire conversation with what my number one thing was, and that was making sure that we continued to discuss the PFZ and figure out what that looks for us long term, because that is such a impactful legislation and dollars to our community that we can't look beyond. So I look forward to those future conversations as to figure out how we can access those to the best of our community's needs. I agree with most of the comments that have been said. My personal opinion is I'm a number one supporter of parks, and I think that would be great. But as many needs as we have in our community, I think we need to continue to look at needs as opposed to wants. If there's a significant economic driver or tourist driver of some park amenity that we could add, sure, I'd be supportive of it, but I'd rather see us figure out what our needs are and tie those specific revenue sources from sales taxes to helping with those needs. And what's already been said is, some of those needs that we could fund through the sales tax could possibly be removed from the general fund or other sources of funding that we're already providing for those type things that we could utilize for something else. So I just think we need to continue to be smart about that and really focus on needs. And I know when it comes down to whatever the ballot's going to say, it needs to say things that again, to Councilman Pusley's point, are simple. but that people can get on board with supporting them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think all of these ideas that have been expressed so far are very good. A lot of them were on the ballot last fall and got defeated handily. And so I think I would, as much as I want to support parks and streets and a lot of these other projects, the unhoused population needs a great deal of help as well. I think I would prefer as well to kind of try to keep this as simple as possible to ensure its passage. I'm most concerned about continuing the dedicated seawall fund, whether we define it more broadly as flood mitigation or what have you. That's, I think, our biggest priority. I'm really concerned about the fact that our seawall is not as it was originally designed. It was designed to wrap around the backside of the art museum and to extend all the way to the port properties. It does not. That's the area of ingress. That's the area of threat to flooding in the downtown area. And we've invested so much money in the downtown area. I think that should be a priority, trying to extend that seawall around the backside to the mouth of the ship channel to try to minimize that. And to the extent that we can do that by continuing this, as I said, dedicated, let's say, flood mitigation fund, we should do that and try to keep this as simple as possible. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you,
can I just,
Councilman Klein.
I know Councilman Klein and I have talked about this. So monies there are 2 projects in the approved capital budget that are fully funded to do that, Councilman Klein, to wrap the seawall around up the ship channel all the way up to pretty much the port's administrative headquarters. So that project's funding. The bulkheading is funded, and then some type of treatment on top, whether it connects it to the water fountain or the water garden, I mean, or some other treatment. There's millions in the budget already approved and already funded for that. So just to make sure people know, that we know it's
Okay.
Councilman Klein knows, and we know it's a sensitive area, so, yep.
Great, thank you, Peter. Councilman Barrera.
Peter, yeah, I think, you know, all these ideas are grand, but I mean, we just need to keep it simple. I mean, if we do the 1/8 cent, you know, originally 25 years ago, or I guess it was 25 years ago, something like that. You know, it was just for the 1/8 cents was just for the construction of the arena. It was very simple, and I think if we have an idea of what that means, and we let the public know the convention center complex and be very specific of what it details, I think the thing is the pool starts getting, the 16 million starts getting smaller, or the 8 million starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And I think if the idea of the incentive of the hotel, that we already have that, you know, we just need to have a state-of-the-art facility and a committed, you know, ongoing maintenance program, you know, that's attached to that, to be able to determine that this is what we need to keep it going. But I think it just needs to be very simple, the convention center complex. And then the same thing with regard to the seawall funds, you know, to be very specific of what that entails, because I know we were stretching it to do these others, and I wouldn't say to eliminate it, you know, I'd just say that I think, you know, some of the people that I talked to, they just kind of assumed that the marina was part of it. So we just need to clarify that and just, you know, well, that's the thing. I mean, you had consternation, and then you had those that they felt that it was, you know, so I think, just once again, I think we have a lot of grand ideas, but, you know, as Councilman Suckley said, just keep it very, very, very simple. And, but I think definitely for, the challenge with the convention center complex and even the arena, even if it's just for the arena, we can't keep up with what we have now with the $8 million. So, you know, anyway, my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments, questions?
Mayor, and I'll just make this quick comment.
Yes.
And we don't have to give up on the ideal of a convention hotel. It doesn't have to be funded by these quarter-cent sales tax. I mean, we just offered a really nice package to a hotel being built downtown. Right. And I would think any hotel, and it certainly doesn't have to be 600 rooms. It could be something, a third or half of that at the most. Right. But it could be funded through our TERS district and through, you know, what we can do for some other enhancements. so that it doesn't get locked into people's mind that we're using this money to build a hotel.
Right.
So I don't think we need to give up on that idea, but we just certainly seem to have gone at it a little bit backwards.
Right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos. Gil, you've got.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, I know we like to keep things simple, but as a result of keeping things simple, the last time that we had this, didn't we have money that in the seawall account that we weren't able to use because we kept it so simple that we tied ourselves to just too tight? You know, it was just, we weren't expansive enough. So,
Right.
you know, I just like to offer that comment that, you know, it's nice to keep things simple, but if you don't, you know, put these things included in this 1/8 cent tax, then you're locked in again.
I agree, Councilwoman. I think it's a delicate balance. It's a fine balance because these are things that are very much make a difference, and people see them. You know, people see a park. You take pride in wanting to take your kids to a nice park, et cetera. And along with some of the other things, everybody has very valid points, but that's where, Peter, you and your team come in and try and make it work where it is simple, because that is the strongest sentiment here is it needs to be simple, and we need to be doing some of these things that are directly affecting the quality of life of our residents.
Yeah.
One last.
Okay, yourself.
Okay. Just so we understand, if we're calculating this at $8 million a year, that will progressively go over, but just simple calculation, that's $160 million over a 20-year period. And, you know, when we did the arena, it was to actually build the arena, right? So you have a good chunk of it was already there, and it still hasn't completely retired, as I understand. We still have another year of payments on the arena before that money is freed up. So when we're looking at it, you're going to have to make the determination of what the estimated cost is for those specific items, right? You know,
Right.
what flooding mitigation programs that we have that are out there, and what that overall cost is to determine how long you have that in place and how much you're going to need on top of what your stormwater fee is. For the convention center arena, you need to do an estimate of what it's going to cost to do all the repairs for not only the arena and the convention center, Selena Auditorium, museums, you know, all the things associated with, so you understand what kind of money you need in order to make that, you know, feasible. And then that's what you limit your sales tax on. I know we've had a lot of comments that we don't want this in perpetuity, so you have an idea of what it's going to cost over time, add some inflation to it, and then that's what you make a good sound argument for, okay, this is what we need, this is what that tax is going to be used for, and this is how you define it. It makes it simple, but not too simple, right? Flooding mitigation, I don't think, you know, 8 million is going to be enough for a year, is going to be enough for it, right? Yeah. So, but you got to look at it from what can we do and what kind of, you know, as a portion of funding that goes to it. No grant, we're not talking about grants, we're not talking about our stormwater fee, we're just, you know, just what we're looking at here. You know, with regards to the homeless shelter, I'm not for that, or that portion of that, but if it does go through, I understand that Councilwoman Campos is volunteering her district.
Yeah, Councilman, good points on that. We do have most of these cost estimates, you know, because we did a facilities study for the three museum, or the museum, Science Center, and the Art Center. We'll do one on the Playhouse, but we can easily put that together.
And the Asian Museum.
And the what?
And the Asian Museum.
The
Asian Cultures Museum.
Oh, yes, sir, right, yeah. Yeah, so that's a good strategy. So that material's almost complete, so that will be pretty quickly, we can get that, start from there. We do have cost estimates too for flood control on North Beach, maybe on the island to some extent, but we'll put that together too.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter.
Right,
I think
yeah, good
that,
conversation. Okay.
Yeah, I think that concludes the discussion, which is good. And of course, we can continue to, you know, give Peter input in terms of this initiative. Okay, so we're going to go back to the items that we pulled off of consent, which was item number 22 and then item number 17. Item number 22 was first pulled. That was Councilman Pusley, and this is a motion awarding a construction contract to A. Ortiz Construction and Paving. Let's see, this is for the maintenance, repair of streets and city parking lots via the IDIQ project, IDIQ method. Your question or comment?
Yes,
Mr. President?
thank you, Mayor. So, and I don't have any problem with the contract specifically. My question is, there was reference in there to paving in the Labonte Park expansion, and to my knowledge, unless I slept through that meeting, we haven't decided where the streets are going to be in the Labonte Park expansion area.
This was actually to build that trail to connect the two parts.
Okay, to build a trail. I don't think we've approved that either, have we?
Well,
There was an architectural plan that was given to us about what Labonte Park would look like if we expanded into the new area, and all the amenities that would be added, but we've never approved anything that I know of.
and there was funding on the bond to do that, and that was what was contemplated with that money. But let me take a step back and explain what this contract is. This is an IDIQ contract, so there's no dollars, there's no scope associated with it.
They're just going to go where you need them.
They go where we need them. And it's probably a bit of a misnomer because 10 years ago or so when they started this, they did a lot of just on-call little small repairs to streets with this. But then we also did city parking lots and things like that that the street department didn't do. Now, fast forward to today, and we don't really do work on the streets so much as parking lots and park roads and things that are associated with city facilities. So this is just, it gives us an on-the-shelf contract that we can get somebody a delivery order and get them out.
And Jeff, I'm fine with all that. It's just it's Councilman Roy's district, so maybe he's had some conversation about this, but I'd just like to see what's planned for that Labonte expansion before we start putting pavement down. If we've got an ideal or a drawing or whatever, I haven't seen it, Peter. Do you know anything about that?
Councilman, there was that plan that a few council members participated in that has not been approved, and that's not the plan. That was an initial concept. What the voters approved was some 1-point-something million, 1.5 or 8, to connect the two parcels, and that plan hasn't been shared either yet. So just the concept of connecting the two parcels. We're going to.
Okay, so right now that would have to come to council. It will come to council. And so right now, to save money, in-house designers are kind of conceptually seeing how can you connect the two parcels. Yeah. $1 million isn't going to do much. So that initial connection will be coming to council for approval before we do any construction. Okay. Yes, sir. That's all I wanted to know. That's it. Yes, sir.
And we listed this as some potential uses. Actually, none of these are really fully fleshed out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be later this summer. We'll have some design to show the council.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'll make a motion to approve item number 22.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And the next item pulled was item number 17 by Councilman Klein. This is a motion authorizing the execution of two-year service agreements with one-year options for the mowing and securing of non-compliant properties for code enforcement. Mr. Klein.
Yeah, thanks. Al, sorry for keeping you here so long. I just wanted to get clarification on this, and as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like as if everybody who applied for this work received a contract, and that's, I think from your response you sent to me, I thought yesterday, it's because the need is so great.
That's true, yes.
So the reason I decided to pull this is just to draw attention to the fact that if the need is so great, I suspect that the contracts you've letted now that you're offering here that we're going to consider today probably do not meet your entire need.
That's absolutely true.
And so I decided to pull this so as to draw attention to that, because I want to try to make sure that everybody knows this, that if there are other contractors out there in the city interested in such work, they should contact, is it you they should contact or someone else?
It's me or Tracy, right? And of course, thank you for that, because I was talking to Steve like, I have no idea why he pulled it. I was preparing all sorts of things, but that's a point that I'll make when we go into our budget session here starting, I guess, in March.
Great, thank you so much, thanks for that. With that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that will take us to Section M, Public Hearings, items 27 through 29. Item number 27 is an ordinance amending the Unified Development Code.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This ordinance, really simply stated, is the 88th Texas Legislature passed some bills that amended the Texas Local Government Code. Those amendments impact what we do in development services, so we need to amend our UDC accordingly. Senate Bill 929 in general deals with amendments to public notice, and House Bill 3699 deals with amendments to the development application or plat application process. So, that's kind of the overview. I can certainly go through all of this, but if you have any questions, I can answer.
We have a motion and we have a second. Thank you, Councilman Roy, second. Any further discussion?
It's a public hearing.
Goodness, yes. Before further discussion, we're going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 28 is zoning case number 0124-05, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 6202, 6202 Yorktown Boulevard.
Hold on, I was listening to somebody else.
Waiting for the presentation to pull up.
I'll wait for the presentation, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 6202 Yorktown Boulevard from CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District to CG2 General Commercial District. The property is 2.7 acres in size, and it is platted. The applicant is Corpus Christi Corridor LLC. Next slide, please. The proposed use, the purpose for the rezoning is to expand commercial uses on this particular property. This property is in the South Side Area Development Plan, and the plan and the future land use map designates the area as commercial. To the north of the subject property is medium-density residential housing zone RS6. To the south is medium-density residential housing across Yorktown zone RS6. To the east is a vacant lot zoned CN1, and to the west is a vacant lot zoned RS6. Next slide, please. 36 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the Plan CC, I should say, consistent with the future land use map, and consistent with the area development plan, which calls for commercial development. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area. The marketability of the subject property would be increased with the CG2 General Commercial, which fronts along Yorktown, which is a perfect location. The property will require a type C buffer yard, which separates it from the RS6 residential district, which is to the north of the property, which is a 15-foot wide buffer with a fence and planting. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
I'm assuming this is in place to build a bar or a bar and grill type concept that would not work under CN1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any reason why that was not requested to be a special permit under CN1 as opposed to changing it to CG2?
No reason, no. There's no specific reason for it. It's better marketability for.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because we've had a lot of complaints around the Nest nightclub that's just down the road on Yorktown.
I know.
Okay, so, and in how it's in proximity to the neighbors right next to it, right? In terms of music and that kind of stuff.
And parking issues, yes.
And parking issue. Okay, so considering that history with the Nest nightclub that's just down the road, why would we want to do that here and just have it zoned that way if they're with that aspect in mind? I mean, I don't mind if you have a special permit with CN1 to allow for this, but.
Understood. It's really difficult to say, Councilman. Yorktown is to front along Yorktown like any of our major collectors in the city. It is commercial development along those collectors, right? Which this is the case as well. We could have done a special permit, which would keep the underlying zoning, but neighborhood commercial wouldn't work very well along that frontage. Because neighborhood commercial is designed to be more friendly to the neighborhood if it was within a neighborhood. In this case, it backs up into a neighborhood, but it's not surrounded by a neighborhood. It's surrounded by other commercial property. But I understand your point, and it's...
Well, I mean, looking at the close proximity of the houses right behind it.
Understood.
Right?
Right. I understand your point, but...
So if we're going to put a bar and grill here, which, like I said, just down the road, we have lots of complaints of noise based on where it's located and how close it is to the residential neighborhoods. What is it that we're going to do to mitigate that?
Well, you have the same tools in your tool shed that that everyone has. If it's noise, you can certainly call PD because everyone has to comply with the noise ordinance, right? If it's parking, you're allowed to park on our local residential streets, which I know is the problem on the Nest, down the road, which means that Development Services, didn't require enough parking in the facility or in the location where the nightclub is or the restaurant is. But those are this is how we manage it, right? So in that case, the only real management you have is just calling on the noise complaints, right? Because everything else, even though it's not perfect that individuals park on the residential street, it's not illegal.
So what's the offset? I mean, you can get away from the kind of issues that could arise from this being behind some homes.
Well, that's the offset would be reconsideration.
Is there any kind of noise mitigation that you could require, plants, trees, what?
We could, right? Well, we have the buffer, but as you know, we're looking at the UDC now, starting this Thursday, and
okay, well, that won't help this here.
Understood, right? Understood. But this is the current zoning. It's allowed now, and it's something that we'll have to address in the future. But currently, we have to use the tools I think that we have to better manage situations like this.
So what are you requiring here besides the fencing?
The fencing, a 15-foot buffer yard, and in that buffer yard, you've got the fence and you have planting trees. There are many choices that the customer could make to create the 15 points needed in that 15-foot buffer, the type C buffer. And I'm sure you're thinking, well, that's not enough, but it's what's required now, right? If we think we need to change it, we'll work on that. As you said, it's not going to help now, but this is what's on the books now.
I got some issues with this too.
Yeah. Well, I'll listen. I'll wait and listen to what other council members have to say.
Councilman Pusley. Anybody?
Al, the property next door to this, there's a building that shows, what is the zoning on that?
It is CN1 now that he wants to convert. You're talking about that in the shade? Yeah, it's CN1 now, and he wants to change all of that.
So the whole block he wants to change to CN2?
2.7 acres to CG2, yes.
Is that building going to remain, or is it?
Yes.
And that's where the bar / whatever is going to be, or?
Or other tenants, right? He's going to have other tenants, but he wanted CG2 for that purpose, yes.
Yeah, I have real consternation as well over this not changing from being this close proximity to so many residential homes. You've got noise issues, you've got lighting issues, you've got hour of operations issues, you've got all of those things that CN1 is supposed to take care of, right?
Understood.
And you convert this to CN2 and it's a whole different world. And I just have a real issue with that. I mean, this is going to impact the people who live there significantly. Those are their homes. That's an important thing that we have to keep in mind, is what we do to their property values. And, you know, you talk about a 15-foot buffer zone, and I remember we did one on 624 like that, and the people who live behind there sent me a picture that in that 15-foot zone, there was an 18-wheeler parked in that 15-foot zone, and it looked like it was in their backyard. And so I have a real problem with this, and I'm not going to support it.
We could, and
I think you need a special permit here.
Thank you for your comments, and that's great, because like Councilman Hernandez said, but even with a special permit, we put those controls on it, like you mentioned lighting, you mentioned time of operation.
Yeah, but then somebody's got to enforce it, and we're not real good at that.
Understood.
And that's not your fault.
No, I wanted to explain that just because
that's not your
fault. You'll end up
fault.
with the same problems. You'll just have the special permit that creates the control, the appearance of a control that we. Yeah.
Every time I leave this council chambers, I drive by a home over here on Interstate 37 that has a broken down boat and 6 broken down cars in the front yard, and it's been there since I can remember. And so we just don't do a very good job of that.
We're working on it, sir.
I am. So are there any other questions from council?
It's a public hearing, right?
Okay, I'd like to open it right now for public comment or hearing.
Okay, there's Johnny.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Juan Perales Jr. with J. Perales Civil Engineering and Planning Services, representing the property owner and developer here this afternoon. To have I just have more details as far as the existing use and the proposed use of the property adjoining the existing building. Some of the things you, commented on, primarily like the buffer yard. The existing building has the 15-foot landscaped area at the most rear part of the property. And then the building itself is another 30+ feet beyond that. So you've got 40, 45 feet of space actually from the rear of the building to the property line. So there is a bit more separation than you would typically see. Parking, the existing building is a relatively new structure. It's just been there a few years, so it was developed and built under the more current codes. So there is more adequate parking than you would see in some of the more problematic areas. The issue really driving the request for rezoning is a proposed tenant for the last space in that existing building. That space is only about 1,600 square feet, that one tenant space. Now, this rezoning would apply to the remainder of the property. Plans are underway for the phase 2 or the second building, which will be basically a twin of what is there. So it's going to be set up for at least one restaurant use, a number of small tenant spaces and one larger tenant space. not the opportunity for a large bar or tavern facility, just the way the tenant spaces are set up. The proposed building will have even better allowances for parking. The lighting was all designed to cast downward, and so there'll be no lighting to disturb the neighbors to the rear. And it's just, we've got a relatively new building that's existing. The relatively small tenant space, it's the trigger for this request. And then the new building is just getting ready to go to permitting, and it will be compliant with all the current codes and staff requests. So if you have any other specifics you're interested in, I'm here to answer as best I can.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, so let me get you what our perspective is.
Sure.
We don't see the final plat or what your actual final use of the property is going to be. We only make the decision on the zoning, right?
Right.
So you may have a certain plan for certain tenants at this particular point in time, but as you go in the future, it could be a different tenant. It could be a different scenario. It could be a different owner at any time in the future. Okay, so what we're looking at is possible long-term opportunities for this particular type of zoning. So I'm not saying that your particular owner or who you're representing is, negative in any way. It's just the possibility of what could happen under this particular zoning. We don't, like I said, we're not going to see the plat or what your final plans are.
Absolutely.
So you had mentioned something that the distance between the back end of the property and the end of the building is 45 feet.
There's the 15-foot yard area where for the fence and some landscaping, and then there's another 24 plus 9 feet just for vehicles to go back around the rear of the building.
Right, so you can send your food trucks and or when I say food truck, your distribution trucks.
There could be deliveries there.
Your deliveries, your 18-wheelers from Cisco or...
You might have a hard time getting an 18-wheeler back there, but the building itself, our point was that the buildings themselves are over 40 feet from the property line.
Now, I had mentioned CN1 with a special permit for your specific issues. Is there a concern with having that as opposed to the overall CG2?
I guess, as you're saying, in the short term, I've probably identified the short-term need or the situation which is triggering the request. There again, so it satisfies a short-term issue, but then it creates limitations on the marketability of the property in the future.
No, I understand.
Both the existing building and the one that's proposed to be built.
I understand that, and if it wasn't for the property that's just on the other side of Cimarron, that's there's a nightclub there, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion.
A bad
right?
neighbor. You just don't know.
Right, you don't know what that's in the future. At the time, it was not a nightclub when it was first built, and it became a nightclub because of the zoning. And we've had a lot of so help me here with how we can prevent, if in the future there does happen to be a nightclub, that we can have some sound mitigation between the building and the neighbors behind you.
Fences, walls, landscaping, there's different options identified in the Type C yard that the staff is referring to help prevent noise pollution from crossing back.
Okay, so let me ask, Al, is there something specific that would be the best thing for this that we can include in this zoning?
You can include, you can request that the wall is a masonry wall because it's just a bigger sound detractor at 7 feet height because he has the option to build a wood fence.
Would that be an issue for you if we gave you this zoning to do a masonry wall?
Sorry.
honestly have to confer with the owners, but, I mean, it is an option.
Look, I would like to help you out here and give you the zoning, but I've got to protect the residents behind you. And, you know, you may not have those plans now for the sound like they did down the street, but I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm not going to see plats. So if you're okay with it, we can authorize a CG2 with the masonry wall as a caveat.
Or the CN1 with special permit.
Right.
Okay.
I think you'd prefer the CG2.
You want to table this?
Well, let's ask them, however they want to do it.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Hernandez.
I'm waiting on you. You guys tell me what you prefer.
Sorry. Yes, there's an existing stucco wall, and I was saying to him, hey, that's already there behind the building only. So he needs to engage the owner to see, hey, can we extend that for the distance of the run that separates the commercial site from the residential site?
Would you like to table this and go back and?
You want to come back?
I think that would be great, yes.
So can we bring this back at our next meeting?
Sure.
Then let's do that. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to postpone until our next
Second.
meeting.
Okay, any further discussion?
Can we close the public hearing, Mayor? Just
Oh,
to-
yes,
I don't know if anybody
let's
else wants-
close our
We
public
already had a public
hearing.
hearing.
Yeah, but we didn't close
No,
it.
close it.
I'm just saying
We're
close it.
closing public hearing, unless there's anyone else that would like to make comment on this. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close it. We have a motion and a second to table for next meeting,
Postpone for next meeting.
postpone for next
Postpone,
meeting.
that's
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No. Big no.
Okay. Thank you.
Everything take forever.
There's a real rowdy group that meets down the street on the Thursday mornings. I know not a people complain about that group.
All right, okay. The motion carries, thank you. Hang on a sec, next week. Okay. Item number 29 is an ordinance abandoning, vacating, and closing .337 acres of improved public right-of-way for the fair market value of $700.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Presenting the first reading ordinance for the street closure request concerning Figueroa Street. Next slide. The city ordinance section 4912 allows for public to submit a written application to Department of Public Works for a public right-of-way or portion to be closed, abandoned, vacated, or altered. The application is reviewed by a traffic engineer to ensure the request is not currently utilized or is no longer needed for public use. Next slide. This is our process, the application process that we go through. First, Department of Public Works has a pre-meeting with the applicant. An official application is completed, submitted to Public Works. An application fee of $1,000 is required. An application must be provided, they must provide an appraisal by an MAI certified appraiser. Internal external agencies are provided an opportunity to comment on the site plan and being required for closure. And then finally, we present this to council for approval. Next slide. The applicant is identified as Mateo Luera and submitted an official application on October 13, 2023. Mr. Luera is currently the abutting property owner next to Figueroa Street. The applicant is requesting to abandon, vacate, and close .337 acre portion of Figueroa Street. These are 14,700 foot segment of Figueroa Street, dead ends into the Nueces River. Prior to submission, the applicant coordinated with the city and Nueces County to determine the ownership to assist in the illegal dumping and polluting of Nueces River. And I believe we sent those pictures. We handed those pictures out to you all. The county responded that this was not their, that they were not the property owner, nor did they have an official boat ramp in the area. The Public Works Department proceeded with the acceptance of the petition to request a street closure of Figueroa Street. All of the internal and external agencies were in agreement with the street closure request that we worked with, and a market appraisal value of the street was valued at $700. Next slide. This is the location map of the area. The street closure can be displayed in the orange highlighted area. The segment of the street is located on the east side of the intersection of Figueroa Street and Lindgren Street, and that leads to a dead-end street and dead ends into the Nueces River. Next slide. The applicant is requesting consideration to pay the fair market value of $700 for the 0.377 acre street closure, Figueroa, and then a 60-foot utility easement will be retained in favor of the city. Next slide. Staff recommends the approval of the abandoning, vacating, and closing of 0.337 acres of unimproved and unimproved public right-of-way, Figueroa Street, in lieu of payment in the amount of $700 as recommended by the fair market value. Stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Ernie. Councilman Hunter.
And I know there's some other council members that want to put this, Ernie. I just want to let you know, before you got here, we've had a few very similar situations, but public access to water in a public right-of-way seems to have a lot of laws attached to it.
Okay.
And we've gotten into big trouble with some of them. And they seemed very simple, very easygoing closures, and it was brought back to us and kind of, just had our feet in our mouths, whatever you would like to say.
Right.
So everything's okay state-wise? Are we following all the rules? Have we clarified everything? I guess I should be looking at Miles when I'm asking this. Because Miles actually was here when a few of these other ones have been taking place. Because we are accessing water on a public right-of-way. And there's no issue here with abandoning it. By the way, if I was living next door, I'd probably want it closed too if there's a bunch of gunshots going off. I have college kids fighting in the middle of the night outside of my house, so I understand.
I think that the question that you're posing is, would there be some type of easement that would be retained to the public that we don't know about at this time? Some type of implied
Access
easement.
to water. Can't prevent access to water, can we? Not in the state of Texas.
You can't prevent the, well,
Fresh
that's
water,
qualified because that is a riverway, and to the extent that the river covers an area, then you may have some state lands issues. But that would not apply to the easement that runs to the, from the adjacent road to it.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Councilman Presley.
Yeah, this is not the first time I've heard about problems with this particular area, and I looked at it closely a couple of days ago. And I've driven out there, and obviously there's a problem with trash. You can look on the old Google Earth maps, and you see trash all around this thing. It's been a constant issue, but this is, and I looked last night again on Google Earth, and I think I'm right about this, to Councilman Hunter's point. I think this is the only public access into the Nueces River that is an open public access that is not privately owned. The only other public access into the Nueces River is above the salt dam, and that's at Hazel Bazemore Park. So if we close this, we may have some issues here that we're not aware of. And the other thing that I have a concern about is if we close this and we turn it into private ownership, who then is going to maintain? The city's obviously not doing a very good job of keeping this cleaned up, and we hardly probably ever send anyone out there unless there's a complaint. But who's going to be responsible? Are they going to block this off? Are they going to grade it up? Or what are they going to do to prevent access? Because you know, I think Councilman Roy commented that the city put barricades up there and somebody came down and just took the barricades and threw them in the river. So and I think we all received communication from the bays and estuaries. They support closing this because of the trash issues. And I've worked with them on closing other public properties along County Road 73 that had the same problems. But I just ask, those two questions to me are closing the right of way to the river, and then who's going to be responsible for maintaining and ensuring that this doesn't continue to be a problem? Because if we sell it, that's okay. We get the $700, which is nothing for us, for this city. But then we're still going to be required to send police officers out there and code enforcement and whoever to take care of it. So I just am concerned about how all that's going to work.
All right. So to your first question, I would defer to legal on the, I guess, navigable waterway. Public Works we're not that expert, but we would ask legal for that recommendation. That's what we do when we ask them to write the ordinance and assist us with that.
And I agree with Councilman Hunter. If I lived next door to this, I'd be out there with my AR-15, you know.
Sure. The applicant will be responsible for any traffic safety control devices to close the requested segment of Figueroa Street. So that would be the property owner's responsibility. We would install traffic control devices at the new terminus of what the city property is, right next to Lindgren Street. Ideally, we would put our stop sign there, and then they would turn left to the Lindgren Street, which is the county street. But you are correct; it would be ideal for the property owner to fence it off themselves and close that off to a public use.
Yeah, because if you don't, they're going to continue. I mean, they'll drive around into your yard or whatever to try to get to the river.
Right.
I mean, they just. We had the same problem in my subdivision, and we eventually all got together and paid for building a fence to fence it off.
Correct.
So they couldn't drive through it. And then they came in and cut the fence down, and we had to replace it. But
yeah.
I just want the property owners to be aware that there's going to be a certain amount of responsibility that goes along with this when you close it.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
My concern, and I'll probably, I'm sure when we open this up for the public hearing part, I want to ask these questions of the potential or future possible owner. But two things. I noticed and mentioned earlier about a site plan, right? Do you have an actual site plan on how they're going to close this particular area off?
No, I do not. No.
Because it says that you should
right.
provide a site plan. So I want to see a site plan, because my concern is similar to what Councilmember Pusley said. The people, and I've been down this road, I spent some time down there at the request of the residents there. The people that visit this road right now and the people that hang out there, these aren't exactly the cream of the crop for Corpus Christi. And I think I understand your intention in terms of wanting to close the road off. But my thing is that wanting to close the road off and being successful in terms of keeping these guys out is going to be, I don't know if we can do that. And the problem with that is, if we turn this over, I think there's some things that we can do as a city to make that section, and maybe we need to check into the waterway, but I think we can put some barriers up there. I need to understand how this is going to make it any better. Right. Because right now, outside of somebody, the new property owner having to be responsible to pick up trash that somebody else leaves, because then that falls on their shoulders, I don't know how we're going to make this situation any better.
Right. Yeah, and I do understand the history explained to me, Public Works, was that we did have water-filled barriers there, and the people that went out there shot everything up. And
a couple times. When you put water barriers up there, they shoot them up, they pull them out, and they do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. So if you put a fence up there, I guarantee you the fact that fence is going to be torn down, and they're going to access that property how they want to.
Right? I can't speak to the future, but. Yes.
So that's, that's part of my concern right now. And like I said, once we open it up to public hearing, then maybe I can get a better perspective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to open public. Which legal?
Say again, sorry, sir.
Which legal?
Miles, do we have an answer for the legal question if that is the only public access? I mean, what do we do? We've had these issues before. And
Well, I'm kind of trying to figure out exactly what your question is. What is the nature of the retained public access that might be in that area? I don't think anybody's, that'd be a title search, determine, that would be beyond the scope of what we could easily research at this meeting.
just from what I haven't been out there physically, but from my view, top down, it looks like there's a street and there's potentially, you can take you may potentially, and I don't know, you may have the ability to put a boat down, to go tubing, whatever you want to do, just get in the water, wash your feet off, I don't know. But it seems like there is access right there. Is that not true?
You may have some retained public access rights in an easement form that can't be effectively taken away.
So is that the only public access from the road?
I can't answer that. That's.
Do y'all know?
I couldn't find any other. Let's hear them. I want to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
We're going to go ahead and open public hearing on this item, public comment, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? And Mr. Luera, because you are a party to this particular item, and although you already spoke at public comment, you're able to speak today on the item.
I had a question for you, Mike. You said that you had problems, you put up a fence, and they got broke down and redid it. It took a little while for the community, the people that are going out there, to realize that they can't go behind that barrier, having signs from that no trespassing and stuff. I'm going to be, if we get the property, okay, you're going to have less people going out there eventually. It's not going to happen right away, but it is going to happen. You have less people out there we have calling the sheriff department, the county, and everybody else. Eventually, that'll slow down a little bit more, a little at a time. I was intending to get with Public Works, get it done, get a fence done. I was going to build a metal pipe fence, leaving a gate for access for utility people or Parks and Wildlife or anybody that needed to get in there, that an agency. I was going to leave a lock area for them to put their own lock. But I was going to build a solid, 4 to 6 inch pipe fence and maybe a 3 or 4 inch pipe gate that it would take a good bang to get it down, That's what my intentions were to do, not just a little fence. And then probably paint it purple, to let the people out of everybody know that, this is the no trespassing area. And, but we do have a lot of problems there right now. My wife and I wanted to be residents here, bought the property, and started cleaning up. My wife goes and stops at the gate, and these men are drinking beer, have a fire there on a street, city street. What happens if it gets away from them? But that's another issue. My wife and my daughter go to the gate just to go see the park, because it's a real pretty area once we cleaned it up. And now she can't go by herself. She got scared. People coming up there talking to her. And so I went to the permit office, Dr. Mark Orozco. I got a permit. We moved the culvert over, I guess, about 100 yards away from there. Now it's easier for us to access, and people are there. But the thing is that they're still going over and trespassing, still I leave equipment there, my batteries are gone. James had his wife and saw, and they were loading up my gates. I bought gates to put in the front. I left them closed by because I was going to do it on the weekend. Bah, they're all gone. So eventually it'll stop. I'd like for y'all to close it. I know it's a big decision, and I'm just asking for your help to make it a good home for us to move into.
No, I support what you're trying to do. I really do. I just want to make sure you understand the responsibility.
Oh, yes, I do. I understand what's coming.
Yeah.
I'm a business owner. I've dealt with a lot of stuff, so I know what it's all about.
You live on the left side of the?
I'm on the city side, yes, sir.
Okay.
And actually, that being said, there's a bird sanctuary. Earlier, we talked about shooting and stuff, people out there. We've had dead pelicans there, dead pigs there on our property. People have shot them, left them there. I mean, I think it'll slow down if this could be done. And then, but we're not gonna do anything because we can't, if my wife is not comfortable, what are we gonna do? Would you, if anybody's family was there, would you feel comfortable? James has lived there for years and seen a lot of stuff that he talked to you all about. He didn't get the time he needed to talk to you about it, but it is a hazard, to be there.
Okay. All right, I'm good. Thanks.
Any questions?
Anyone else? No, thank you, Mr. Duetta. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, there being no one else, we're going to go ahead and close public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, section M is individual consideration items 30 and 31. Item numbers, and that'll be our last item, is 31. Item number 30 is a motion authorizing execution of a 3-year service agreement with Sweeping Corporation of America.
So moved.
Second.
So can you just in 2 seconds tell us, because this is kind of a good news, well, it's good news, but it's continuing, right, Sweeping?
Right.
Are we adding anything, or?
Yeah, this motion is to approve service agreement adding sweeping. This is going to handle the budget initiative for the additional sweeping off of SPID.
Right.
To help beautify that area, as well as add additional frequency underneath the overpasses there, and then add more sweepers to our current program as per our budget initiatives. So.
And those are our responsibility?
Those are what?
No, TxDOT was only able to get out there maybe once or twice a cycle. And so when we supplement their cycle, we're able to clean up what they cannot.
So we're supplementing their cycles?
Correct. And TxDOT usually handles mainly the main lanes on top. And so as you see, all of the properties are like the mall, and then of course what we call Restaurant Row. They do generate a lot of litter, and so their TxDOT, they have their maintenance cycle, their maintenance budget. They're not going to go beyond that. And so that's why we were going above and beyond to increase that frequency.
And forgive me for not remembering, but did we look into, I've seen many cities that look great,
right.
And it is a TxDOT, right? It's a state road. So do they supplement? Is that something normal?
Yes, ma'am.
It is?
It is normal. City of El Paso does the same. As a matter of fact, I believe that they exclusively do the litter control. Same situation, you have a lot of properties on the front.
Keep it clean.
Correct. TxDOT will handle the main lanes. We can't get up there because we don't have the traffic control for those high speeds, but it's mainly the frontage roads and underneath the overpass.
Right.
So we do share responsibility with TxDOT.
Okay. Got it.
Mayor,
I think
quick question.
It's, I understand the need. I just think it's sad that we're having to supplement, taxpayer dollars to do what taxpayer dollars are already supposed to do. I know this is an initiative of Councilman Suckley, so go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, thanks, Peter and Ernie, for getting it to this point. Couple questions I had is I saw in the package where we're going to have a palm tree removal in there. Are we going to come back and is someone going to add palm trees to replace? I mean, that's kind of a signature thing for that corridor. And then secondly is, third, I got 3 things. And then are we going to herbicide as a part of our rotations? And then lastly is, are we going to collaborate with their vendor they're using for their cycles so that we don't kind of get, it was the other person's responsibility and didn't get done?
Yes, yes, sir. The answer is yes, sir. We will collaborate with TxDOT. We have been since the beginning of coming up with the budget initiative. On the palm tree question, we are going to remove some that are dead, and we will have to coordinate with TxDOT for any new vegetation. That's their requirement. The city cannot go and add anything new without them approving it, but that's something that we can do. And then to the herbicide, that's something that Public Works does have the ability to do, and so we can also do that. We also discussed, and this isn't anything that we've landed on just yet, but we also discussed the possibility of pressure washing a lot of the paved stone that has oil and grease underneath the overpasses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so we are discussing possibilities with that, but we have to ask TxDOT for that permission and see if there's anything environmentally that we have to look at. But yes, in the immediate, we will remove what doesn't look good there. And then as far as coming in with new stuff, we have to coordinate with TxDOT to see if we get that permission.
Okay, yeah, the paved stones and the cracks are part of the problem of causing the weeds that are coming up.
Yes,
so that's where the herbicide need is. And then lastly is in terms of the green spaces, is that was part of the issue too, is hopefully with the additional cycles, they'll be able to control the weeds.
Right.
But in those areas where the palm trees are, any point in time you would see 18, 24-inch weeds sticking up. So if there's some way at some point that we could supplement with some sort of hard surface so we don't have to do all the weeding, that would be ideal.
And we have to, as you mentioned before, coordinate with TxDOT to make sure they don't have any future plans for that area. I know that they have another project coming in the near future, so we just want to make sure we don't do something that's going to get removed with a future project.
Great, thank you. Motion to approve.
Oh, yeah, I rescind my motion so that you can do it into the project.
Councilman Hernandez.
Second.
Okay, quick question to help me understand this. Is it, I was looking at your funding, and you had the portion that came out of stormwater, but you also had a section that came out of the general fund that was listed under street lighting. And I'm curious as to kind of explain that.
Gabe Ronajosa, Assistant Director of Stormwater. That's during the budget season, that's just where the money got put in. The $500,000 that was allocated for that budget initiative, it got put into that account. So that's just the account we're pulling out of.
Street lighting?
That's where
the budget office put it. We could have budgeted adjusted into another GL, if you will, but that's
Yeah,
put in there.
Well, I mean, because you're having money coming out of the general fund, and then you have money coming out of stormwater fund. They're two
Right.
separate. One's a utility, one's out of the general fund. So, you're mixing monies here. So I just kind of understand the logic. Why was it budgeted in street lighting?
It's in the general fund. They just put it in probably a GL that existed, a general ledger account that existed.
So this is just our budget office not doing something?
It may be that there was no GL that existed for street sweeping. So they said, well, the next closest thing is street lighting.
Okay. Well, maybe we look at that for the budget. If we need to create a GL for it, I mean, just because it's a little confusing.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor. Okay, we have Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick statement or comment that I wanted to make to Gabe. Thank you so much, Gabe. I reached out to Gabe for asking him, because, this is an extra fee that the, residents are paying. And I know for one, I want to see, when am I going to get that street sweeper in my area? And so he was kind enough to actually put it in the website. So the public will be able to see, approximately what time of the month the street sweeper will be expected to be in their street. So thank you, Gabe.
Madam Mayor, Ernie, I think I mentioned this to you. I asked you about this by email, and I think you indicated that the long-range plan is to do this work in-house rather than contract it out. Because I assume anyway, there's considerable cost savings for doing it in-house. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir. The overall plan, and it's slide number 3. Once you get to 2027, that will be a fully in-house venture for sweeping.
Great.
Street sweeping city.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And our last item, number 31, is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment to the 30-year ground lease landfill gas and lease agreement dated May 11th, 2023 with Corpus Christi Renewables. Good news item.
Good news.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Sylvia, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted David to recognize the partners that are here with us. They've been here all day, but the two gentlemen in the back.
Yeah, and if you
Yeah.
could give us a quick overview, because it's a huge savings for the city, and it's just a win-win-win.
It
So,
is, yeah.
thank you for that partnership. If you don't mind just touching on just the basics of this, which are huge.
Not at all. I enjoy talking about this. This is definitely a success story. About a year ago, we awarded contract to Corpus Christi Renewables to put in a gas-to-energy plant at Cefe Valenzuela. They didn't waste any time. It's up and running. It's going through its final stages. We have a ribbon cutting scheduled for April. We'll be inviting all of you out there for that. But this is an opportunity to take a hazard that we have at the landfill, a liability, and they're turning it into an asset, and they're paying us money to do that. It's kind of one of those things that is just phenomenal. And we started it at Cefe because Cefe has a long life ahead with a lot of methane gas in it. Elliott, on the other hand, is past its maximum production. It's in the downward phase of gas production, so we don't have near the quality or quantity of gas in Elliott. But we have significant gas that now that we have the initial investment in place, the initial program, they have come in, they brought it to us and said, we would like to pick up the gas at Elliott, pipe it to Cefe, and process it and sell it as well. And so we've got not quite 3/4 of an acre in the back, the north corner of Elliott, that currently has our flare. It also has a compressor back there that we're using to destroy this liability. And once again, they'll be taking the liability, pumping it to Cefe, and turning it into a fantastic resource. And that's the program in a nutshell. They're carrying all the upfront costs. They're providing all of the capital costs. They're going to pay the gas department to lay the pipeline. Once again, our cost is zero. On top of that, they'll be taking over the annual maintenance of the landfill gas system, which runs us about $200,000 to $300,000 a year, depending upon what breaks. So not only will we be gaining a new revenue source, but we will be losing the maintenance costs, and they will be taking those over. They've done an excellent job at Cefe. We're very excited about the quality of their work, and so we're just ecstatic about this process moving forward.
And we got an initial payment, David, right?
Yes, sir. The first month and a half of payment on the Cefe program was $452,000 plus some change. $452,000 plus some other. And that's the first month was a trial run. It was on, it was off, it was on, it was off as they got it fired up. So we're looking at about $300,000 a month moving forward, depending upon price of gas, price of renewable energy credits, the amount of gas produced. So it's a variable rate. It's a target. We don't promise the $300,000, but some months we may be more, some months we may be less. But we're extremely pleased with the quality so far.
That's wonderful. Councilman Suckling.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, David, great project. It's nice to see this next phase start. My only question is a banker question. In terms of the $1.7 million that CCR reimburses the city, what do we do? Some sort of bonding, or what kind of financial vetting do we do in terms of that $1.7 million payment for the pipeline?
They will be paying 25% of that up front. They will be paying 25% of that when the project's 50% complete. And they'll be paying the remaining 50%, or when it's halfway complete, and the remaining 50% will be paid when the pipeline is complete.
Okay, so just staged in over the percentage of completion. All right, thank you.
Right, and they have enough production in our Cefe program right now that we're not concerned.
Councilman Hernandez.
This is great news. So I guess we'll be expecting a reduction in our rates for solid waste in the budget.
That will be up to the powers that be to decide where this money goes.
Well, I'll be looking for it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, we'll
I
close
just had a
public
quick
comment.
question, Mayor, if I could.
Uh-huh.
So David, how are they taking this gas off-site? Are they just being compressed and taken through pipeline, or what are we doing?
Right now, we have a vacuum
Yours, yeah.
system that pulls it out of the trash, out of the landfill itself, and then we compress it to push it through a flare system. They will be using a similar compressor, and they will be pressuring, putting it into a pipeline, a gas pipeline, and moving it via pressure out to the septic landfill.
Okay, so are they trucking it out now, or they just haven't started that process yet?
No, the Cefe landfill the facility is built on the Cefe landfill, so that one is pulled right out of our collection
No,
system.
I understand that, but where are they taking their product to?
Okay.
When they take it out of the ground, what are they doing with it?
Okay, at Cefe or at Elliott?
Wherever it's all going.
At Cefe, we pull it out of the ground, we have a collection system, they process it, then they put it back into a distribution pipeline, and they pipe it into the national distribution system.
Okay, so it's going in a pipeline.
Right.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion? Did we make a motion? And a second.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And I'd like to, it was just brought to my attention, being you just mentioned Cefe Valenzuela, he passed away this morning. So I want to offer our condolences. Yeah, he was 95 years old. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I would have said that earlier this morning. So our condolences to the family. I mean, he was a great, provided great leadership at the landfill. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Layfelt.
Thank you.
Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these now. It was your idea. Quite a morning. Where can I go? Where can I pass them out? Maybe in the voting locations.